Chapter 501. David then asked the shadow attendant to list out all the knowledge orbs he had obtained today. Most of these knowledge orbs were things he already had or had learned. Only 3 of the knowledge orbs were somewhat special. The space dash, talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge orb, needless to say, was provided by the 3 shining mantises. When David saw the space dash, talent requires space energy to activate, knowledge glowing ball, his heart was filled with yearning. It must be known that if he were to fight against the flashing spirit mantis head-on, not to mention the flashing spirit mantis ability to control its legs, just the space dash ability alone would be difficult for him to resist. If he could have the space dash ability, then to a certain extent, he could use this movement advantage to reduce the long entanglement with the enemy and expand his one-hit kill advantage. David's biggest disadvantage at the moment was that he was only a peak Kaji. His speed, physique, and strength were much lower than the transcendent level. In this case, the only thing he could use was his strange ability and his strength as a Grandmaster heavy axe. Therefore, David was not good at protracted battles. Instead, he needed to end the battle quickly. With the space dash ability, his strength would increase a lot. David looked at the space energy required to activate Knowledge Orb and couldn't help but feel troubled. Where could he get the space energy? Fortunately, after his spirit had increased, there were detailed instructions behind the Knowledge Orb, which gave him a direction to solve the problem, unlike before where he had no goal at all. David first tried to forcibly move the space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate knowledge ball into his body. However, when the knowledge ball entered David's body, he could feel the space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate knowledge ball rapidly crumbling. He had no choice but to watch the space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate knowledge orb turn into specks of starlight and disappear. 1 space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge orb was wasted just like that. Fortunately, he still had 2 space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate knowledge orbs, otherwise, such a waste would be enough to make his heart ache. When the space dash, talent requires space energy to activate knowledge orb collapsed, he also knew why it collapsed. The learning process of the space dash, talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge orb required the support of space energy. David didn't provide any space energy to the space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate knowledge orb, so the knowledge orb collapsed on the spot. Thinking about space energy, David's first thought was the space wrist guard. Could he extract space energy from the wrist guard? He tried to transfer the space energy from an empty wrist guard, but he found that the space energy in the wrist guard was completely solidified, so he couldn't transfer it at all. David counted all of his equipment. Finally, he set his eyes on the transcendent stiletto. The transcendent stiletto had space energy, and it was the kind that could be transferred. David tried to transfer the space energy into his body. Because the transcendent stiletto was activated from his left calf, the space energy entered his body through his left calf. David felt a sharp pain in his left calf. He quickly checked and found that a piece of flesh on his left calf had been directly decomposed by the space energy. Luckily, he was only trying to transfer a small amount of space energy into his body. Otherwise, his left calf wouldn't be injured like this. Is there a problem with the way I transferred the space energy? David thought as he treated the wound. He couldn't ask anyone else about this situation, so he could only slowly figure it out himself. David tried again. This time, he reduced the amount of space energy he transferred to a very small amount. However, when the space energy was transferred from the transcendent stiletto, another wound immediately appeared on his left calf. My body can't handle space energy at all, David thought as he accepted the fact that he couldn't do anything about it. The space energy was too advanced. Even if it was only a small amount, it was still not something his body could handle. The bloody left calf confirmed this. Looking at the space dash, talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball, David gritted his teeth and prepared to try again. If he failed again, he would put away the last space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball and wait for the next time. Since his body couldn't handle the space energy, David learned the knowledge balls through his mind. His mind could connect to the transcendent stiletto and connect with the space energy. Could he connect the space energy with the space dash? Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball through his mind? This was the only solution he could think of at the moment. Since he could only waste one more space dash, talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball, David immediately started to do it. This time, David first connected his mind with the transcendent stiletto and used his mind to transfer the space energy from the transcendent stiletto. On the other hand, he asked the shadow attendant to transfer the space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball into his body. At the same time, he used his mind to wrap the space dash. Talent requires space energy to activate. Knowledge ball. Just when David was waiting to see if it would succeed, his vision blurred and he entered into an illusion. David found that he had turned into a flashing blade mantis. Of course, he still couldn't control the body of the flashing blade mantis like before. He could only feel everything that the flashing blade mantis felt. David felt that there was a strange energy inside the flashing blade mantis body. That energy was very similar to the energy inside the transcendent stiletto. However, the space energy inside the flashing blade mantis body was much more powerful than the transcendent stiletto. The flashing blade mantis started to run. Afterward, the flashing blade mantis used its mind to transfer the space energy to draw a strange pattern. The drawing of this pattern was very complicated. Every bit of space energy needed to be input into it. During the drawing process, the input of space energy was constantly changing. This made the complicated pattern even more difficult to replicate. If it wasn't for the fact that David could feel all the senses of the flashing blade mantis and feel the entire process of the drawing process, and at the same time, he also received the inheritance of the flashing blade mantis. Even if David's mind reached 8 points, he still wouldn't be able to replicate this pattern. One must know that the reason why the flashing blade mantis could draw the space dash pattern was because the flashing blade mantis was born with the ability to control space. The inheritance of the flashing blade mantis gene told it how to draw the space dash pattern, and the ability to control space since birth gave it the skill to draw the space dash pattern. With these 2 points combined, the flashing blade mantis was able to use the space dash ability. The space dash pattern drawn by the flashing blade mantis flew in front of it. Immediately, an illusory hole appeared in front of David, who sensed the space synchronously with the flashing blade mantis. The flashing blade mantis rushed into the hole and then appeared on the other side. During this process, the space energy that was originally used to draw the space dash pattern was magically replenished. David couldn't help but sigh at the wonders of the world. The space energy inside the flashing blade mantis body was like a key. After opening the space hole, the key would automatically disappear, but after entering the space hole, the key would reappear. The flashing blade mantis once again absorbed the space energy during the space dash, and when it entered the torn space. Therefore, the flashing blade mantis could use the space dash ability infinitely, because the space energy would automatically replenish itself during the space dash. Of course, if the flashing blade mantis wanted to increase the distance of the space dash, then it would need to inject more space energy into the space dash pattern. This made the space dash pattern even more complicated, because different distances required all the space energy input during the drawing process to be readjusted. David was inside the flashing blade mantis body, constantly following the space pattern from far to near. This was also a learning process until his consciousness returned to reality. When he opened his eyes, he immediately sensed that the space energy inside the transcendent stiletto had been completely depleted. This startled him. The transcendent stiletto was his most important weapon, so it couldn't be damaged by him. David used his mind to slowly sense the situation inside the transcendent stiletto. After a while, he discovered that the space energy inside the transcendent stiletto was recovering at a very slow rate. Thinking about it, if the transcendent stiletto couldn't recover its internal energy, then the transcendent stiletto would become a consumable item. David quickly calculated in his mind that at this rate of recovery, it would take 6 hours for the transcendent stiletto to fully recover its spatial energy. David looked at the time. It was already nighttime. After practicing the crystal meditation, he directly went to sleep. The next day, he soaked the earth vein leaf, added the level 3 strengthened meat, and practiced the spirit forging metal body technique and the soft body technique. David felt that he wasn't far from the full state. At this time, no matter how busy he was, he didn't dare to stop training. At the same time, he couldn't neglect his resources. Fortunately, the level 3 strengthened meat he had accumulated from killing the level 3 insectoids was enough for his training. In addition to the earth vein leaf that Baron Du Bois had given him, there probably weren't many people in the entire Interstellar Federation who had better training resources than him. After finishing his training, David refused to let Second Lieutenant Mawson follow him. Today, he decided to go to the 4th frontline base by himself. The main reason was that he wanted to use this opportunity to test his space ability. On David's status panel, there was already the space ability. Although there was still space energy required to activate behind it, David had already grasped this ability. Second Lieutenant Mawson piloted the Wings of Death assault ship. He took Second Lieutenant Harcourt and the other 6 Kaji subordinates of David to the front line first. Although Second Lieutenant Mawson was very curious, this was only his instinct as an intelligence officer. He had already assumed his position as David's adjutant. He would listen to all of David's requests 100%, just like an ordinary adjutant. David didn't fly today. He ran on the ground. After leaving the scanning range of the base, he let the shadow attendant fly into the sky and investigate the surrounding situation. After confirming that there were no problems, he mobilized his mind. He connected his mind to the transcendent stiletto. The space energy of the transcendent stiletto had already been replenished overnight. David directly guided the space energy out of the transcendent stiletto. He didn't let it enter his body, but instead drew the space rune outside his body. Although it was his first time drawing the space rune, it was like David's body's instinct. It was also like he had successfully drawn it thousands of times. With just a thought, the complicated space rune was successfully drawn. Unfortunately, because the space energy of the transcendent stiletto wasn't strong, the space energy he could mobilize was far less than that of the flashing blade mantis. Of course, the flashing blade mantis body was much larger than David's body. David's body also needed less space energy to perform the space David tried his best to use up all of the space energy in the transcendent stiletto, and the space rune he drew flew in front of him. David looked at the space hole that appeared in front of him. He hesitated for a moment, and then he resolutely rushed in. Time became meaningless after entering the space hole. After he entered, the exit appeared in front of him. He rushed out from the exit. David looked back and judged that the distance of this space was only about 6 meters. This was also because his body was smaller than the flashing blade mantis. If the flashing blade mantis used the same amount of energy, it would at most be able to reach a distance of 1 meter. David was very satisfied with the 6-meter space distance. This allowed him to have an unexpected attack method when he was fighting face to face with the enemy. However, when he sensed that the transcendent stiletto was empty of space energy again, he couldn't help but feel a wave of regret. He originally imagined that the energy of the transcendent stiletto could replenish some space energy during the space dash process. However, it turned out that he was thinking too much. Only creatures like the flashing blade mantis that had the innate space ability could replenish space energy during the space dash process. David had the space dash innate ability, but this ability still had a lot of restrictions. It could only be used once every 6 hours, which made it so that it could only be used as a trump card. Of course, he couldn't use it too often. This ability was too strange. He had to kill anyone who saw it, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Chapter 502. The days went on as usual, and after a few more days, Worcester's front lines returned to peace. Of course, this peace was relative. If the hundreds of thousands of insectoids attacking the defensive line every day could be considered peaceful, all the front-line bases had been reclaimed. Naturally, not every retaking battle was as smooth as the third frontline base. The losses from the battle a few days ago had been great. However, the Warstar military headquarters had enough troops to replenish themselves. Under the premise of sparing no expense, the defensive line was once again under control. David was the same as before. He went to the front-line base every day to participate in the defensive battle, replenishing his soul energy every day. He originally thought that these days would continue for a while. This morning, he was preparing to go to the front-line base when he was called to the office by the Babington Transcendent. "David, sit down first and take a look at this document." When Babington saw David, he waved his hand and pointed to the chair beside him. The Babington Transcendent then sent a document to David's identity bracelet. David received it and opened it. It was an order from the military, mobilizing David to participate in a secret mission. "Babington, do you know what the mission is?" David looked at the Warstar military headquarters logo on the document, but there was no detailed description of the mission. He could not help but raise his head and ask. Missions from the military were generally given to the Transcendent. He had never heard of a direct order for a Kaji like David to participate. David had never heard of this before, so David needed to ask the Babington Transcendent, who had more experience. "I have privately inquired. This mission is a joint operation between the Great World of God and the Interstellar Federation. The mission level is very high, and the details of the mission are unknown." The Babington Transcendent helplessly replied. Missions like this were rare for the Babington Transcendent, and they were generally important missions. "I heard that you can choose whether to participate in the Transcendent's missions. Why is this a direct order that I can't even refuse?" David continued to ask. The Babington Transcendent actually did not quite understand, so he replied based on his own thoughts. "David, the military must have seen your previous records. Some of your special abilities have been noticed by the military. Missions like this where both worlds are participating are usually extremely important. The level of the personnel involved is very high. Even if you participate, you will only be a support role, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. This kind of mission is a compulsory mission by the military, so there is no room for refusal." David nodded. He had many ways to protect himself, so he didn't mind the danger of participating in the mission. As long as he didn't encounter those level 5 insectoids, he was confident that he could survive. In addition, once this kind of mission is completed, the reward is very generous. It is estimated that, in addition to your previous meritorious service, a third inheritance of the National Knight Badge is indispensable. The Babington Transcendent said with a smile. David knew what the Babington Transcendent meant by this. David's father, Hans, had a third inheritance of the National Knight Badge, which made Hans' status in the military and in society very high. If he could also get a third inheritance of the National Knight Badge, and father and son also had a third inheritance of the National Knight Badge, it would become a much-told story. Then I will go and prepare. David stood up and said, I have applied for a batch of super large caliber 3rd grade sniper bullets and 10 3rd grade healing potions for you. Go to the logistics department to get it. I can only help you with this. You have to be careful. The Babington Transcendent told David before he left. David left the Babington Transcendent's office and went to the logistics department to get more than 500 super large caliber 3rd grade sniper bullets and 10 3rd grade healing potions. He also took all the necessary equipment with him. Then, he took the Wings of Death assault ship and flew in the direction of the military. Still some distance away from the Warstar military headquarters, David felt that many presences were locked onto him. Among these presences there were sniper rifles and Gauss cannons, as well as the presences of strong people. After layers of scanning, the Wings of Death assault ship stopped on the tarmac outside the military headquarters. When David got off the Wings of Death assault ship with his equipment, he saw a major waiting next to a hover car. When he saw David, he walked over with a smile. Lieutenant Colonel David, I am the adjutant of General Adams. The general wants to see you. The major saluted David. When David heard the name General Adams, he was surprised. General Adams was a good friend of his father. He already knew this. However, he didn't expect General Adams to not be an ordinary general in the Warstar military. It seemed that he had quite a bit of power in the military. Although David hadn't been in the army for a long time, there were some things that he could still see. General Adams' adjutant was a major, which explained a lot of things. In truth, David knew far too little about the Warstar military. Otherwise, when he heard the name General Adams, he would have immediately realized that this was one of the generals with real power in the Warstar military headquarters, the true manager of the Warstar military. Second Lieutenant Mawson didn't even dare to get off the Wings of Death assault ship. When he saw the major, he recognized him as General Adams' adjutant. Although this adjutant was only a major, even the generals of the various bases on Warstar had to be careful when dealing with him. Please lead the way. David returned the salute and said politely, Get in my car. The major glanced at Second Lieutenant Mawson, who was still sitting in the driver's seat of the Wings of Death assault ship. He didn't invite Second Lieutenant Mawson to come with him. Instead, there was a cold look in his eyes as he turned to invite David with a smile. David sat in the major's adjutant's hover car and smoothly made his way to the military headquarters' underground parking lot. During this time, they went through more than 10 inspections, but the hover car didn't even stop. After getting out of the hover car, they took an elevator to the underground parking lot. The elevator traveled for a distance, and when it opened again, David saw the internal corridors of the military headquarters. The Warstar military headquarters was very large. It was a massive office, and just the buildings took up several square kilometers. If there wasn't a shadow attendant in the sky, it would have been very difficult for him to pinpoint his position through the elevator. However, it was different with a shadow attendant. The shadow attendant in the sky could see that David was in the center of the building complex. The major's adjutant led David to a door and lightly knocked on it. General, Lieutenant Colonel David is here. David is here. Let him in. Go and prepare a glass of juice. Use my quota. A loud voice came from inside the room. When the major's adjutant heard General Adams's words, he looked at David with an even more sincere smile. When General Adams had invited David, the major's adjutant already knew of the friendship between David's father, Hans, and General Adams. It was a friendship that had been forged through life and death on the battlefield all those years ago. Now that he heard General Adams's arrangements, the major's adjutant was even more aware of the importance General Adams placed on David. The general's quota of fruit juice was the best fruit juice in the Warstar military headquarters. It was provided by the Great World of God, and was only supplied to a small number of people in the Federation. David walked into the office and saw that General Adams wasn't sitting in the office chair, but on the sofa to the side. "General Adams, Lieutenant Colonel David is here on orders." David saluted. "Come, sit down. There are no outsiders here." General Adams smiled and waved his hand, indicating for David to sit. David had seen many powerful people during this period of time, so he wasn't afraid at all. He listened to General Adams's instructions and sat down. "Seeing you reminds me of Hans when he was young. That guy was just as handsome," General Adams said with a smile. "General, I haven't thanked you for your help in the past." David thought of how General Adams had helped him when he was still on planet Boulder. Although David had taken care of the Transcendent himself, he still owed General Adams a favor. "David, call me uncle when there are no outsiders around. Your father, Hans, and I are the best of brothers," General Adams said, then smiled and said, "You don't have to thank me. Hans saved my life." "Uncle." David didn't hesitate. This was Hans's good friend, so it was normal for him to call him uncle. "I called you here today to tell you about the risks of this mission. There are some things I need to tell you in advance," General Adams said softly when he heard David change the way he addressed him. At this moment, the Major's adjutant came in with 2 glasses of juice. General Adams stopped talking, as if he didn't want the Major's adjutant to know what they were talking about. The Major's adjutant was also a tactful person. After putting down the 2 glasses of juice, he immediately left the room. "Come, drink the juice from the 100 charm fruit first," General Adams said with a smile as he picked up the glass. David also picked up the glass and looked at the constantly changing color of the juice in the glass. It was a very strange juice. He took a sip gently, and then he felt his mind shake, as if a basin of water had been poured on his head. Although the juice of the 100 charm fruit couldn't increase one's mind, it could make one's mind clearer, relieve fatigue, and slightly strengthen one's body. It had a significant effect on people who worked for a long time. "This juice is really good," David said with a sigh. "If you want to drink it in the future, come and sit," General Adams said with a smile. General Adams put the glass back on the table, and the smile on his face faded a little. "David, you shouldn't be participating in this mission, and the military didn't want you to participate in a mission of this level. For some reason, the great world of God said that you must participate," General Adams said in a deep voice. David stared blankly for a moment. He didn't know many people from God's great world, and the only ones who wanted to harm him were the intelligence organizations of God's great world located in the Federation. However, after being warned by Baron Du Bois, David doubted whether they would still dare to target David. An expert who could single-handedly kill a rank 4 insectoid with a special transcendent ability and a noble with a deep background. In David's view, Baron Du Bois had a very high status in the great world of God, at least on Worcester's side. "But don't worry. You won't be participating in any combat missions this time. You'll only be responsible for scouting. If you discover any danger, immediately protect yourself. Don't worry about others. Remember to come back alive," General Adams continued. "I understand." David nodded heavily. He also knew that as a general of the military, there would be trouble if outsiders heard what he said. General Adams was only telling him this because of Hans. "After you come back, I'll do my best to get you a Kingdom Knight insignia. It's very difficult to break the traditions of the military, but as long as you have enough contributions, I can speak up for you in meetings," General Adams said with a smile. "Thank you, Uncle." David's eyes lit up. The Kingdom Knight insignia had been his dream for a long time. Hans' insignia made Hans a special existence on planet Monolith. Although Hans kept a very low profile, after something happened, the entire planet, whether it was the government or the military, would actively help him solve the problem. This was the power of the Kingdom Knight insignia. Hans had told David a long time ago that the Kingdom Knight insignia would be passed down to David. David also wanted to tell Hans that he could also have the Kingdom Knight insignia without the inheritance. He wanted to see Hans proud of him. I really envy Hans for having such a good kid. General Adams thought of David's age, and couldn't help but sigh. The military had been dragging on David's Kingdom Knight insignia. On one hand, it was the tradition of the military. The highest honor, the Kingdom Knight insignia, would only be awarded after leaving the military. On the other hand, David was too young. At the same time, David had only been in the military for a short time. Many people thought that if they gave David the Kingdom Knight insignia now, how would they reward him in the future? Were they really going to pass down the Kingdom Knight insignia for dozens of generations? The Kingdom Knight insignia was a reward for those who had outstanding contributions. It could guarantee that their descendants would be able to enjoy this honor. However, the Kingdom Knight insignia could not be passed down for more than 3 generations. When the criteria for awarding the Kingdom Knight insignia for 3 generations was set, the required contributions were very harsh and difficult to achieve. David's current contributions had already exceeded the criteria for awarding the Kingdom Knight insignia for 3 generations. If he had great contributions in the future, how to reward him would become a big problem. David sat in General Adams' office for a while. After finishing his juice, he left the office. "Lieutenant Colonel David, your adjutant will stay here. Next, you will need to take the spaceship with the 3 Transcendent for this operation to the rendezvous point," the adjutant major said as he drove the hover car. This hover car was very special. It quickly passed through the military headquarters and came to a helipad outside. There was a small frigate parked there. After bidding farewell to the adjutant major, David carried his equipment and walked onto the small frigate. When he entered the cabin of the small frigate, he saw that there were already 3 middle-aged men sitting there and talking softly. When they saw him enter, they all looked up at him. Chapter 503. Master David, how do you do? I am Fenwick. This is Brown, and this is Barclay. The Fenwick Transcendent stood up and made introductions to David. The Fenwick Transcendent was very courteous to David, and did not look down on him just because he was a peak Kaji. Of course, this had to do with some of the rumors about David, but it was also because David's accomplishments in the military made it so that no one dared to look down on David. In addition, David was on the same mission as them, so they should advance and retreat together at a time like this. Greetings, Fenwick Transcendent, Brown Transcendent, and Barclay Transcendent. David bowed slightly to the 3 Transcendent. When he called out the name Barclay Transcendent, David felt a sense of familiarity. He quickly searched through his memories and quickly recalled where he had heard the name Barclay Transcendent before. The Buffington Transcendent had once introduced David to Worcester's mortal-class combatant. Among them, the one that had left the deepest impression on David was the strongest Transcendent of Worcester, the Barclay Transcendent. David raised his head to look at the Barclay Transcendent. The aura coming from the Barclay Transcendent was almost on par with the aura of Headmaster Leck of the First College of Iridia. It must be known that Headmaster Leck was the stabilizing force of the First College of Iridia. As for the Brown Transcendent, David remembered that he was one of the best of the Worcester Transcendent. Although he was not as famous as the Barclay Transcendent, he was still a powerful combatant. This could be sensed from his aura. Barclay Transcendent, you are. David wanted to ask if the Barclay Transcendent was the rumored strongest Transcendent of Worcester, but he stopped himself. Such a question would be too rude, and he also believed that the Barclay Transcendent was the strongest Transcendent. Haha, it seems like Master David still recognizes me. The Barclay Transcendent said to David with a smile. If it weren't for your love of being in the limelight, you wouldn't have had a chance to become the strongest Transcendent of Worcester. The Brown Transcendent joked. Barclay, you and Master David are the strongest of the Transcendent and the strongest of the Kaji. When Master David becomes a transcendent, I wonder who will be stronger. The transcendent Fenwick said with a chuckle. What strongest transcendent of Warstar? That's all empty talk. With Master David's performance at 4th Frontline Base, if he wanted to assassinate me, I wouldn't even be able to resist. The transcendent Barclay chuckled and shook his head. The transcendent Barclay did not truly believe that he was the strongest of Warstar. News of David killing 8 level 3 insectoids over the past 3 days and bringing their corpses to participate in the great world of God's trade fair had long since spread. Even someone as strong as the transcendent Barclay did not believe that his defenses were stronger than a level 3 insectoids or that his senses were sharper than a level 3 insectoid. If a level 3 insectoid could not discover and resist David's hunt, then he could not either. Although the transcendent Barclay believed that David was no match for him in a face-to-face confrontation, when had a battle ever been fair? Especially on the battlefield, only the strong survived. Transcendent Barclay, are you the strongest transcendent of the Federation? David asked curiously. He was still not a transcendent, and even if he was a transcendent, he would not know such secret information. Only someone like the Barclay transcendent, who held the title of the strongest transcendent, could obtain accurate information. The strongest of the Federation. The transcendent Barclay bitterly smiled and shook his head before saying, the true experts all remain on planet Genesis. The strongest transcendent of the Federation is still too weak compared to the experts of the great world of God. Even if they're on Warstar, the strength they can display is limited. The transcendent Fenwick added. At this point, everyone stopped talking, and the atmosphere became rather oppressive. Although everyone here believed themselves to be very strong, they were still far from being able to compare to the experts of the great world of God. The small corvette landed on the ground, and David picked up his equipment and followed the 3 transcendent out of the corvette. Through the map on his identity bracelet, David knew that his current location was near the insectoid territory. Of course, it was very far from the 4th Frontline Base's defensive line, and he had never been to this area before. As soon as he walked out of the corvette, David saw the 3 people waiting there. He was pleasantly surprised to find Baron Dubois and Knight Millet here. There was also a knight he did not recognize. Greetings, Baron Dubois. The transcendent Barclay took the initiative to step forward and salute him. Hello. Baron Dubois nodded in response to the transcendent Barclay before turning to look at David with a smile. David, long time no see. Without waiting for Baron Dubois to speak, and without waiting for David to greet him, Knight Millet laughed and shouted. Hello, Uncle Dubois. Hello, Millet. David bowed in salute. David's address startled the transcendent Barclay and the other 2 transcendent Barclay. Baron Dubois' reputation might not be prominent in the Federation, but the upper echelons of the Federation knew of this noble with a deep background and valiant strength. In particular, Baron Dubois had single-handedly killed the rank 4 insectoid poisonous tusk ant. This kind of accomplishment made the Federation value Baron Dubois even more. At the same time, the transcendent Barclay knew what it meant to be addressed as uncle in the great world of God. It could be said that if David joined the great world of God, it would be enough for David to become a quasi-noble. David, I feel that your strength has increased again. Baron Dubois sized up David, and a strange glint flashed in his eyes before he said with a smile. Baron Dubois could sense that David's spirit had increased, and this increase was very obvious. This was what Baron Dubois found strange. If David had reached the transcendent transformation stage, he wouldn't be surprised at all. This was because he had provided the earth vein leaf, as well as the rank 3 strengthened meat that David had been eating. All of these added together made it possible for David to enter the transcendent transformation stage ahead of time. But it was very difficult to increase the spirit. Even in the great world of God, every item that could increase the spirit was a true treasure of heaven and earth. What kind of opportunity would be needed to increase the spirit so rapidly? David thought that Baron Dubois was saying that he was infinitely close to Kaji's limit, so he replied with a smile, "I also have to thank you for the resources you prepared for me." Baron Dubois saw that David had misunderstood, so he didn't explain and just nodded with a smile. He didn't want to say what he had seen. There was a Cade Knight here, and this Cade Knight wasn't a knight of his family. If he knew about David's abnormality, he might have some bad thoughts. Baron Dubois smiled as he introduced David to the Cade Knight, and then introduced him to the Cade Knight. "David, this is the Cade Knight. I'll need you to take care of David along the way." The Cade Knight's voice was very loud as he said in a deep voice, "Mr. David, if there is any danger, you can approach me at any time. I will provide you with help." "Then please take care of me," David hurriedly replied. David wouldn't underestimate this Cade Knight. This knight's aura gave him a dangerous feeling. Although this feeling was weaker than Baron Dubois, it was far stronger than Knight Miller's. In particular, this knight's armor and warhorse had an emblem. It was an emblem with a large fish drawn on it. "David, this time I was the one who asked the Federation to let you participate in this mission. I believe in your ability. As for the other scouts, I don't dare to trust them," Baron Dubois explained to David with a smile. Only then did David understand why he had participated in this mission. It was actually Baron Dubois' request. In fact, ever since David had safely brought out the poison Knight Miller from the insectoid territory and heard the knight's description, Baron Dubois had learned of David's special scouting abilities. Therefore, when choosing a scout for this mission, the first person Baron Dubois thought of was David. As for the danger, Baron Dubois believed that with him there, the danger would be minimized. Besides, which powerhouse hadn't walked through danger time and time again? Knight Miller was also participating in this mission. As an important successor of his family, Knight Miller also needed to bear the dangers. This was something he had to experience as a knight. "I'll be a good scout." David didn't blame Baron Dubois. He had experienced too many dangers, and he felt very safe working with a powerhouse like Baron Dubois. After Baron Dubois finished explaining to David, he raised his head to look at the three transcendent and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, this mission is under my command. Anyone who disobeys my orders, please leave the team. This mission is very dangerous. I don't want to have to worry about the rash actions of my companions while carrying out the mission." The three Transcendent and Knight Cade didn't have any objections to Baron Dubois taking the initiative to take command. It was natural for powerhouses to take command. As for Knight Miller and David, it wasn't their turn to speak. "Our mission this time is against the rank 4 arachnid half-spider. It is a direct descendant of the half-spider queen. The half-spider queen violated the agreement a few days ago and brazenly attacked. This kind of behavior requires revenge. Although we have the right to take revenge, we will still be hunted down if we are discovered. Therefore, we must not be discovered by any arachnid before we kill the half-spider." Baron Dubois explained the details of the mission. When David heard Baron Dubois say that the half-spider queen had violated the agreement and brazenly attacked, his heart couldn't help but stir. He looked at Baron Dubois and saw that Baron Dubois was looking at him at the same time. He understood in his heart. It turned out that the arachnid that had attacked David that day was a rank 5 arachnid called the half-spider queen. Their goal this time was to take revenge for the half-spider queen attacking David. Taking revenge for David wasn't the key point. The key point was that the half-spider queen had violated an agreement that David didn't know the details of. Rank 5 arachnids couldn't take the initiative to attack. This was an iron law on Warstar. As long as they attacked, they had to pay the price. This was true even if the rank 5 half-spider queen had lost a limb to attack David. The half-spider queen wasn't the only rank 5 arachnid in the arachnid race. The rank 5 arachnids had an agreement with the top experts of the great world of God, as well as the upper echelons of the Federation. This agreement was maintained so that a war between the top experts wouldn't break out. When the Transcendent Barclay heard that the mission target was the half-spider queen, his expression changed. If there were any rank 4 arachnids that the Barclay Transcendent feared, then this half-spider queen was definitely one of them. The half-spider queen was a rank 4 arachnid with many special abilities. Just the special abilities recorded were the ability to control spider webs and corpses. This was because those who had seen the half-spider queen's lair had the deepest impression of the corpses that could walk around the lair. Those were the half-spider queen's puppets and its guards. At the same time, the half-spider queen's spider webs were a terrifying nightmare. Even a rank 4 weapon would find it very difficult to break free from them. However, this mission was very important. The upper echelons of the Federation and the upper echelons of the great world of God had agreed to it, so the Barclay Transcendent had to act accordingly. The Transcendent Barclay thought of an important problem and asked, "I remember that the half-spider queen's lair is about 2,000 kilometers behind the arachnid territory. How will we not be discovered by the arachnids at such a distance?" The question of the Barclay Transcendent was also a question of the Transcendent Brown and Fenwick Transcendent. They also looked at Baron Dubois with questioning gazes. It had to be known that this was 2,000 kilometers. They could only walk on the ground and not fly in the sky. This was because flying in the sky was impossible to hide their track. Moreover, there were many blockades in the arachnid territory. It was almost impossible to pass through those blockades without being discovered. Baron Dubois looked at David and said, "We'll hide our tracks for most of the journey. This matter will be handled by our scouts. The reason why I called David over is to have him solve this problem. I believe in his ability." David could only helplessly smile. The furthest he could go was a few hundred kilometers into the arachnid territory. Baron Dubois was more confident than him. "As for how to pass through those blockades, I'll have a way when the time comes. Everyone, please pay attention. Kill all the arachnids we encounter on the way. We can't let them send out a distress signal," Baron Dubois said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded in response. They were about to set off, so everyone was preparing their own items. The three Transcendent didn't just store a large amount of items in their Transcendent bracers. They also took large backpacks from their small corvettes and carried them on their back. The Transcendent bracers didn't have a lot of space. After storing all the equipment and supplies they needed for battle, there wasn't much space left. Anything could happen when they entered the arachnid territory, so they naturally had to prepare more items. Even the warhorses of Knight Millet and Knight Cade had many parcels attached to them. They were also preparing for the next mission. David put on his custom-made exoskeleton armor. He didn't have many things on him. Of course, he had a backpack on his back with some food and simple seasonings. Chapter 504. David discovered that Baron Dubois was also riding a warhorse. He had always thought that Baron Dubois' mount was only that eagle. "David, come here." Baron Dubois beckoned David over. David was wearing exoskeleton armor as he arrived beside Baron Dubois. "This is for you. You can activate it as long as you have spirit. Although it doesn't have much fighting power, it should be enough for you to travel." Baron Dubois threw a ring to David. David took the ring and didn't hide it. Baron Dubois knew that his spirit was abnormal, so he directly scanned the ring with his spirit and discovered that there was a warhorse inside. A warhorse's vital signs were very weak, so its consumption was very low. It was just like hibernating. "Uncle Dubois, is this a warhorse?" David asked with some surprise. David thought that a warhorse needed to be in contact with its master. How could Baron Dubois give David a warhorse with a ring with a warhorse inside? This isn't a warhorse, or rather, it's not a warhorse in the truest sense. This is a warhorse stripped from a knight who made a mistake. The warhorse's intelligence was forcibly erased, leaving only the instinct to listen to the orders of the ring's owner. It doesn't have the connection between the warhorse and its master, nor does it have the ability to share its life force. Therefore, it can only be regarded as a means of transportation with the strength of a warhorse. Baron Dubois explained with a smile. So that's how it is. David nodded. If it was so easy to get a warhorse, then why would Knight Millet be so sad when his warhorse died? Thinking of the issue with Knight Millet's warhorse, David scanned the knight's warhorse with his spirit. He discovered that the warhorse Millet was using was the same as his own. It couldn't form a connection with its master and was only a means of transportation. It seemed that Knight Millet had joined this mission because Baron Dubois had brought him here for a tour. Perhaps only a powerhouse like Baron Dubois would have the confidence to bring his family's younger generation to the depths of the Warstar insectoid territory. David used his mind to touch a pattern on the ring, and then the ring emitted a white light, and a majestic warhorse appeared beside him. The warhorse bowed to David and waited for him to sit on its back. David had never ridden a warhorse before, but with his strength, riding a warhorse was not a problem at all. The warhorse had a set of horse armor, so David didn't need to worry about it. He just needed to sit on it. "David, watch my movements," Knight Millet said as he led his horse to David's side. David knew that the Knight Millet was here to teach him, and he did not refuse. The warhorse was the mount of the Knight of the great world of God, and the knight naturally knew how to control it. Knight Millet turned over and mounted the horse. His movements were very light. David's spirit had exceeded 8 points. He had only seen Knight Millet use it once, but he had completely memorized it in his heart. In addition, his own dexterity was not low, and his control of his body was extremely strong. It was very easy for him to copy Knight Miller's action of mounting his horse. Knight Millet was not surprised by David's learning speed. In his mind, David was a top genius, so it was not surprising that he had such learning ability. The first part of the journey did not require scouts, so David learned how to control the warhorse from Knight Millet. Many of these were unique skills of Knight, but these skills did not need to be kept secret. The Federation did not have a warhorse like the great world of God, which had been trained by knights since childhood. Ordinary horses would fall to the ground if they were near the insectoids, let alone on the battlefield. Besides, ordinary horses would not be able to withstand David's exoskeleton armor and so many pieces of equipment. After only an hour, David was able to control the warhorse as nimbly as Knight Millet. David also understood why Baron Dubois had given him a warhorse. He could hang all his equipment and items on the back of the warhorse. When he needed to move, the warhorse could be handed over to Knight Millet to control, and he would move with light equipment. After entering the territory occupied by the Zergs, David did not need Baron Dubois' command. He directly handed the warhorse to Knight Millet and quickly moved forward. In fact, David did not need to do this. The shadow attendant above could clearly see everything within a few kilometers. However, he could not show off too much, so he still needed to act like a scout. This made the 3 Transcendent and the 3 Knight feel very strange. As they moved forward, David would occasionally report their direction to Transcendent Barkley through the channel. The team had been moving in the territory occupied by the Zergs for an entire day, yet they did not encounter a single rank 1 Zerg. Only a few Zerg larvae had discovered them when they drilled out of the ground, but the larvae were unable to issue an alarm. Of course, they did not let the larvae live. Because they could not fly, they could only move forward 400 kilometers in a day. This was only because David was their scout, allowing them to move forward without any scruples and maintain such a fast speed. At this speed, they could reach their destination in at most 5 days, which was the most ideal situation. "Let's rest here today. We'll move out tomorrow morning." Baron Dubois looked at the sky and ordered. Moving at night in the Zerg territory was definitely the most unwise choice. David could not guarantee that the team would not be discovered by the Zergs at night. The darkness affected the shadow attendant's observation in the air. The place Baron Dubois chose to rest in was the lair of a rank 2 Zerg. Naturally, this rank 2 Zerg did not survive and was casually killed by Baron Dubois. Knight Millet first entered the lair and lit an incense stick. The fragrance expelled the unique stench of the Zerg in the entire lair. Knight Millet saw David's curiosity and explained with a smile, "David, this is insect-repellent incense. In addition to dispelling the bad smell, it can also prevent low-rank Zergs from approaching here." It could be seen that Knight Millet had long been prepared. Otherwise, although the people here were powerful, staying in the stinky lair for an entire night was not a comfortable thing. The lair was very large and could accommodate everyone in the team. It was also very spacious. Knight Millet took out a magic talisman and activated it. The magic talisman flickered, and an invisible energy barrier appeared at the entrance of the lair. Transcendent Barkley saw Knight Millet's actions and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It was very difficult for him to accept that he had used a precious magic talisman just to rest. Knight Millet continued to explain to David, "This energy barrier can prevent the outside from perceiving what's inside. And if they want to break into the lair, they will alert us first." Knight Millet now looked like a child who had a favorite toy and needed to show off to his friends. Everyone in the great world of God who could come to Star Wars knew about this. Knight Millet was not familiar with the people of the Federation. Coupled with the estrangement between himself and the Federation, he would not say much to the people of the Federation. This made Knight Millet, who liked to show off, have no one to show off to. Now that he met David, he naturally found an opportunity. "Millet, prepare dinner." Baron Dubois frowned and said. He could not stand Knight Millet's childish performance. Knight Millet did not come on this mission for nothing. Knight Millet was in charge of the logistics of this mission. "Yes, Uncle." Knight Millet immediately responded. He took out 7 pieces of beef from his portal item, and then took out a strange stove. He put a krypton crystal in it, and then the stove emitted a flame. Knight Millet took out a pan and some spices from his portal item. He was about to start, but he was stopped by David. "Millet, let me do this," David said with a smile. "David, can you do it?" Knight Millet stopped and asked with a chuckle. Knight Millet himself had received wilderness survival training. Of course, this wilderness survival training was not training to survive without food. It was training to make satisfactory food while carrying a portal item. "Don't worry, the food I make is guaranteed to be good," David said confidently as he thought of the cooking 99% perfection ability on his attribute panel. Knight Millet handed the pan in his hand to David. He did not want to make dinner. He knew how picky his uncle Baron Dubois' taste was. The food he made had never been praised by Baron Dubois. Since David wanted to take over the dinner mission, Knight Millet did not insist. David took a look at the seasoning that Knight Millet had prepared. He couldn't help but shake his head. He turned to his warhorse and took out the seasoning that he had brought. After that, Knight Millet saw David skillfully frying the beef. He did not see any special movements, but when the aroma of the beef filled the air, the smell reminded him of the old butler of his family. The old butler that Knight Millet thought of was not the butler of the castle on the Battlestar, but the old butler of the great world of God. The main dish of every banquet in the family was personally cooked by the old butler, and every time the guests would praise it. Even Baron Dubois was attracted to David. His eyes were full of curiosity. He had seen geniuses before, but it was the first time he saw a genius like David who excelled in so many aspects. At this time, David was not only using the top cooking master ability to cook, but his other talent also came into play at this time. The flame drawing technique was an innate ability that David thought was of little value. David thought it was just a useless innate ability to light a fire with his fingers. However, when he was frying the beef, he found that the flame drawing technique could easily control the flame in the stove. He could control the size of the flame and the temperature of the flame. This allowed him to display even more of his cooking master ability. The flavor of the beef he made even broke through the cooking master level and entered a whole new realm. The dinner was greatly appreciated by everyone in the team. Although there was only one serving of beef, it was enough for them to eat their fill. None of the people in this lair were ordinary people. They were very knowledgeable and had eaten a lot. However, this fried beef made in the wild was the best food they had ever eaten. David, you'll be in charge of our food in the future. As for the ingredients, you can ask Millet for them. Baron Dubois recalled the taste of the fried beef. If they weren't in the wild, he would have asked David to make more. In order to have the opportunity to enjoy this kind of food again, he made a request. Baron Dubois' request immediately received everyone's approval, including the three Transcendent, Knight Cade, and Knight Millet. At 5 o'clock the next day, while everyone was still resting, David took out the earth vein tree leaf water from the warhorse's bag and drank it along with the level 3 strengthened meat. Then, he walked out of the lair and started practicing the spirit forging metal body and the soft body technique. David had the ability to hide his aura. Even if he stood outside, as long as he wasn't directly seen by the insectoids, they wouldn't be able to discover him. This was why David dared to leave the lair. When David left the lair to cultivate, Baron Dubois opened his eyes and sighed. No wonder David can have his current achievements. He can still have such achievements in the Federation's cultivation system. Baron Dubois looked at Knight Millet, who was sleeping, and had the urge to kick him awake. David's hard work made Knight Millet even more lazy. Of course, if Millet was awake, he would probably cry out that he was innocent. His spirit wasn't as good as David's. Even with a scout like David, Millet still used up a lot of energy and needed a lot of sleep to make up for it. After David finished cultivating, he took out ingredients from his bag. Of course, he had the shadow attendant take some of them out of his space item. Then, he borrowed Knight Millet's stove to make breakfast. When the aroma of breakfast spread through the lair, everyone woke up and stretched their necks to look at David, who was distributing breakfast. If David had the chance to look at his status panel, he would find that another Grandmaster ability had appeared. It was just that this ability didn't have any fighting power. This was because this newly promoted Grandmaster ability was cooking, 1% perfect. Last night, David combined flame drawing with cooking, 99% perfect, to reach a new realm of cooking. Even in such a simple environment, the food he made was far better than before. David also noticed some abnormalities, but he thought it was just the effect of mixing the two abilities. He didn't know that he had become a genuine cooking grandmaster. When breakfast was over, the sky outside was already bright. Everyone packed up their equipment and set off again. David also rushed to the front and became the scout of this team. Chapter 505. When the team had traveled 700 kilometers, the map was no longer clear. It only showed the general terrain, but there were no details on the ground. This was already the furthest the drones could scout. No matter how many drones they lost, they wouldn't be able to go any further. David stopped. At the same time, he sent a message to the rear, and the team behind him stopped as well. Under the observation of the shadow servant above his head, there were huge mounds of dirt several thousand meters in front of him. There were mounds of dirt every kilometer, and they were scattered all over the area. He couldn't see the end of them. There were giant white ants crawling out of the mound. There were also giant white ants with transparent wings flying in the sky. The area ahead was the territory of these white ants. Although it was David's first time seeing these white ants, he had read about them in school. The white wolf ant colony was an ant species with a very strict structure. Their diet was very varied. They would eat anything with energy, from underground veins to rocks on the surface. Even the weak energy in the soil could support their survival. The white wolf ant colony was divided into white wolf worker ants, white wolf soldier ants, white wolf flying ants, White Wolf Ant King, and White Wolf Ant Queen. The White Wolf Worker Ants were the most numerous, and they were rank 1. The White Wolf Soldier Ants and White Wolf Flying Ants were rank 2 insects, while the White Wolf Ant King and White Wolf Ant Queen were rank 3 insects. The scariest thing about the White Wolf Ant swarm was how united they were. As long as one White Wolf Ant was attacked or discovered something, its innate sensing ability would share this feeling with the White Wolf Ant Queen, and the White Wolf Ant Queen would send out a large number of White Wolf Ants to attack the enemy. Although each White Wolf Ant colony only had a huge mound on the surface, in fact, there were ant holes everywhere within 1,000 meters of the ground. As long as any creature entered within this 1,000-meter range, it would not be able to escape the notice of the White Wolf Ant colony. If David wanted to pass through this area by himself, he could still try some method. However, it was simply impossible to lead a group of people through this place without making a sound. David, did you arrive at the territory of the White Wolf Ant colony? Seeing David retreat, Baron Dubois asked in a deep voice. It could be seen that Baron Dubois knew about the existence of the White Wolf Ant colony. Yes, it's right in front. It seems that we can't go around it. David nodded and said. The White Wolf Ant colony occupied the surface, the ground, and the sky. As long as one approached, they would attract the White Wolf Ant's attention. This is a line of defense set up by the insectoid. It has the same function as the Federation's defensive wall. Behind the White Wolf Ant colony, there are many rank 3 insectoids that can reinforce the White Wolf Ant colony at any time. Baron Dubois still had the mood to explain the situation of the White Wolf Ant colony to David. Then how do we get there? Before David could panic, Transcendent Barkley asked. Although Transcendent Barkley knew that Baron Dubois definitely had a way to pass through, or else he wouldn't have made this move, the reputation of the White Wolf Ant colony was very resounding. He couldn't imagine how they could go through here. The White Wolf Ant colony isn't without weakness. As long as the queen dies, all the White Wolf Ants in the colony will go crazy and cause chaos in the colony. We can use this chaos to pass through. Baron Dubois replied with a smile. You're saying that we have to sneak into the nest of the White Wolf Ant colony and kill the queen? Transcendent Barkley pointed ahead and asked in disbelief. Although most of the White Wolf Ant colony was made up of rank 1 insectoids called White Wolf Worker Ants, there were at least 1,000 rank 2 insectoids called White Wolf Soldier Ants and White Wolf Flying Ants, as well as 2 or more White Wolf Ant Kings. The White Wolf Ant colony was dominated by the White Wolf Ant Queen, so there would only be 1 White Wolf Ant Queen. However, the number of White Wolf Ant Kings was uncertain. There would at least be 2 or more. If one was unlucky, there might even be 4 White Wolf Ant Kings. Of course, there wouldn't be too many White Wolf Ant Kings either. Unless there was a Krypton ore in the nest, there wouldn't be enough supply for multiple White Wolf Ant Kings. I brought a bottle of potion that can attract the White Wolf Queen Ant. It should be able to lure the White Wolf Queen Ant away from its nest. However, when the White Wolf Queen Ant leaves its nest, it will bring a lot of White Wolf Ants with it. We need to kill all of these White Wolf Ants. Not a single one can be left behind. At the same time, we need to move quickly because the White Wolf Queen Ant can use its telepathy to inform the entire colony to rescue it. Baron Dubois explained his plan of action to the team. The 3 Transcendent Barkley didn't find it strange that Baron Dubois had a potion that could attract the White Wolf Ant Queen. The great world of God always had some unexpected method. Transcendent Barkley didn't have any objections. They had already decided that Baron Dubois would be in command before they set off. We'll act according to your plan. We'll cooperate with you. Baron Dubois nodded to Night Millet. Night Millet took out a crystal bottle from his space ring and walked forward. Night Millet chose a place where the wind was blowing towards the White Wolf Ant colony's nest. It was around 5,000 meters away from the nest. When the wind blew the potion over, the smell would be very faint. However, although the white wolf ant queen's combat power was not strong, its sense of smell was extremely sensitive. Let alone 5,000 meters away, no matter how far away it was, as long as the slightest scent it cared about passed through the wind, the white wolf ant queen would smell it. Night Millet carefully opened the crystal bottle and let the smell of the potion leak into the air. Everyone in the team was watching Night Millet's actions. They were waiting for Night Millet to lure the white wolf ant queen out. Night Millet held the crystal bottle and let the smell leak out for 10 seconds. Suddenly, the wind changed direction, causing him to quickly close the crystal bottle. Once the wind changed direction, it was very likely to attract other white wolf ant swarms. Even if Baron Dubois was there, he wouldn't be able to quietly get rid of the white wolf ants brought by more than 2 white wolf ant queens, let alone 2 more white wolf ant swarms that would be summoned by 2 white wolf ant queens. Night Millet was just about to close the crystal bottle when his foot loosened. A larva drilled out of the ground and bit towards his foot. Normally, let alone a larva, even a group of larvae wouldn't be able to break through Night Millet's defense. However, Night Millet was completely focused on the crystal bottle. He was startled by the sudden abnormality under his foot and thought that the white wolf ant had discovered him. If any one of the white wolf ant had discovered him, it meant that the entire white wolf ant colony would have discovered him. Because of his own mistake, the whole operation had failed. It was this kind of complicated feeling that made Night Millet want to get lucky. He wanted to quickly kill the insect that appeared under his foot. Maybe if he was fast enough, the white wolf ant wouldn't be able to send the information to the white wolf ant queen. When Night Millet saw that he had only killed a larva with his heavy sword and not the white wolf ant he had imagined, his face couldn't help but turn red. However, when he saw the crystal bottle on the ground, he knew that he had caused trouble. To be honest, Night Millet's whole set of actions from the moment he discovered the abnormality on the ground to the moment he pulled out his sword from his back. Looking at the degree of coherence, he must have practiced hard on a daily basis. However, when he did this set of actions, he forgot about the crystal bottle in his hand and only relied on his instinct to fight. When Baron Dubois saw Night Millet sprinkle the potion in the crystal bottle on the ground, he couldn't help but shake his head. The reason he had brought Night Millet to participate in this mission was to let him train his ability. Millet, quickly retreat. We have to leave here, Baron Dubois said in a deep voice. Uncle, I'm sorry. When Night Millet came back, his face was full of shame. He couldn't even handle such a small matter properly. He felt very sorry for Baron Dubois. Millet, this is all experience. As long as you don't make the same mistake again, it means that you are growing. Baron Dubois didn't blame Night Millet. Night Millet had always been training hard. The reason he was sent here by his family was to increase his experience. For Baron Dubois, Night Millet's growth was more important than anything else. At least before, Night Millet dared to go into the wild by himself and almost lost his life after sneaking into the nest of a high-level insect. After that incident, Night Millet's carelessness and willfulness disappeared. This was growth. Since the White Wolf Queen's sense of smell was super sensitive, the team retreated another 4,000 meters. After being blown by the wind, the potion in the crystal bottle alerted the nests of the 4 nearby white wolf ant colonies. Sharp screeching sounds could be heard, and then large groups of white wolf ants moved out of the nests one after another. David saw 4 white wolf ant queens covered by a large number of white wolf ants. The white wolf queen's body was huge. Although it also had wings, looking at those small wings, it made people wonder if they could move its body. Each of the 4 white wolf ant queens had 2 or 3 white wolf ant kings by their side. The white wolf ant kings looked extremely ferocious. Their entire bodies were protected by white armor, and their legs were glowing with a green light. Their sharp teeth made them look ferocious in addition to their ferocious look. Baron Dubois looked at the group of white wolf ants moving towards the bait and said in a deep voice, I'll try to kill them and see if I can quickly kill a white wolf ant queen and make the white wolf ant colony chaotic. If we are lucky, we might be able to break through this area. The plan had deviated because of Knight Millet's mistake. As Knight Millet's uncle, Baron Du Bois naturally had to take responsibility. Attacking forcefully wasn't a good choice, but now that the potion had been used, the white wolf ant queen had been lured out. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to kill the white wolf ant queen, they would have to enter the nest of the white wolf ant colony. Even for a powerhouse like Baron Du Bois, it wouldn't be easy to find a white wolf ant queen in the labyrinth of the white wolf ant colony. David hesitated for a moment before saying, "Uncle Du Bois, let me try." Baron Du Bois heard David's words and asked with a smile, "I forgot that you are also a sniper master. But are you sure you can kill a rank 3 insectoid?" He knew that David had taken the initiative to ask for his help. If the mission failed because of him, he would have to shoulder all the responsibility. With Baron Du Bois' status, he wouldn't be punished for failing a mission, but a noble's face was sometimes more important than punishment. Transcendent Barclay said with a smile, "Baron Du Bois, I'm afraid you don't know about David's reputation in the military. I'm afraid that he has killed close to 100 rank 3 insectoids." Transcendent Barclay had actually thought of asking David to kill the white wolf ant queen, because the best way to take advantage of such an opportunity was to snipe from a distance. But if David hadn't taken the initiative to ask, he wouldn't have asked David to take action. After all, David was only a scout and didn't have any obligation to help them kill the white wolf ant queen. Especially because of the special relationship between David and Baron Du Bois, Transcendent Barclay couldn't say much. Now that David had taken the initiative to ask, Transcendent Barclay felt relieved. "Then David, you can snipe. I also want to see the Federation's sniper master," Baron Du Bois said to David with a smile. "I'll definitely complete the mission." David nodded. He took the roaring sniper rifle from his back and laid down on the ground to turn on the sound shielding device. David didn't want the sound of the sniper rifle to attract all the white wolf ants to him. That would completely expose them. David took out a large caliber rank 3 sniper rifle bullet, pressed it into the chamber, and took aim. Baron Du Bois and Transcendent Barclay both had strange expressions on their faces. David had been sniping in front of them all the way until he took aim, not a single bit of aura leaked out. If they hadn't seen David sniping, they wouldn't have been able to sense that there was a sniper Kaji here. It must be known that with their strength, they were very sensitive to aura. Transcendent Barclay immediately wondered if David would be able to survive if he was sniping himself. Thinking of this, Transcendent Barclay couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. No one could be constantly vigilant of their surroundings. In the end, people weren't machines. They would always be distracted, not to mention that people needed to rest and sleep. Transcendent Barclay believed that a sniper master like David would have an extremely high success rate if he could silently snipe any transcendent from a long distance. Transcendent Barclay thought of the information he had on David. He had the personality of, "If you touch me, I'll kill your entire family." He immediately listed David as someone who couldn't be offended. Chapter 506. David took less than 2 seconds to aim and shoot. The super large caliber rank 3 sniper bullet flew over 4,000 meters. Just as the white wolf ant queen, which was protected by the 3 white wolf ant kings, the white wolf ant soldiers, and the white wolf flying ants revealed a look of fear, the sniper bullet passed through the gaps between the ants and entered the white wolf ant queen's head. The white wolf queen ant had discovered the sniper bullet in advance, but it had only discovered it when the bullet was still 200 meters away from it. Although the white wolf ant queen had discovered the sniper bullet twice as fast as the other rank 3 insectoids, its movements were much slower than the other rank 3 insectoid. This gave it no time to dodge, and it didn't even have the time to raise its legs to block the bullet. On the other hand, the 3 white wolf ant kings had also discovered the sniper bullet, but it was already too late. With David's silent sniping, only the first sniping would pose the greatest threat. After that, there wouldn't be any more chances. If he didn't have a powerhouse like Baron Dubois by his side, David wouldn't have dared to snipe in the presence of so many rank 3 white wolf ant kings. The 3 white wolf ant kings let out a mournful cry and rushed towards David's direction. The rest of the white wolf ants following the white wolf ant queen went crazy. Losing the white wolf ant queen was equivalent to the extinction of an entire species. The sensory connection between the white wolf ants was also severed at the same time. Without the white wolf ant queen's sensory relay, the white wolf ants were no longer united. The dozens of white wolf ants on this side rushed towards the white wolf ants brought by the white wolf ant kings. The crazy white wolf ants would attack any life form they saw. In the eyes of these white wolf ants, everything was blood red. They had lost the meaning of life, and only the will to destroy was left in their hearts. They wanted to destroy everything they saw. Through this method, they wanted to vent their anger and destroy themselves at the same time. The white wolf ants following the 3 white wolf ant kings immediately rushed towards the incoming white wolf ant. Since there were no white wolf ant kings on the attacking side, the dozens of white wolf ants were quickly suppressed and cleaned up. However, this was only a small portion of the white wolf ant colony that had lost the white wolf ant queen. Countless white wolf ants rushed out of the nest that belonged to the white wolf ant queen and rushed towards the surrounding white wolf ant colonies. The chaos was spreading, and it would last for a while. Well done! Baron Dubois laughed heartily. Baron Dubois ignored the 3 wolf ant kings that were quickly approaching white wolf ant kings. Without the queen's senses, white wolf ant kings were only rank ants, and couldn't pose a threat to him at all. David didn't stand up. Instead, he continued to aim at another white wolf ant queen. At this moment, the dozens of white wolf ants were in a state of frenzy, and they were fighting in a chaotic battle. The Roar's sniper rifle shook again, and a super large caliber rank 3 sniper bullet was shot out. In the midst of cleaning up the frenzied white wolf ants, some of the white wolf ants suddenly let out a mournful cry. Their eyes were crazily red, just like the white wolf ants from before. Not far from them, a hole was opened in the white wolf ant queen's head. Green insect blood mixed with white brain matter flowed out. The chaos intensified, and David didn't continue to snipe. This was because 2 more white wolf ant kings had accurately found the direction of the sniper and were rushing over. David put away the Roar's sniper rifle and took out the sharp heavy axe from his back. Transcendent Barkley pulled out the heavy sword on his back and said with a smile, "Master David, you should take a rest. If we still need you to do something like this, we'll be too useless." Transcendent Fenwick and Transcendent Brown also took out their weapons and prepared to fight the white wolf ant kings. On the other side, there were still 2 white wolf ant queens, but the white wolf ants accompanying them were all fighting. They didn't have the time to pay attention to the situation 4,000 meters away. As long as they finished the battle quickly, they wouldn't be affected at all. Nightcade took out a lance from his space item and merged with his warhorse, making a charging posture. As for Baron Dubois, he had already put away his warhorse. His warhorse was only a means of transportation, and it wasn't a real warhorse. However, with his strength, he didn't need to rely on a mount to deal with a few rank 3 insects. Knight Millet didn't move. He knew that he had already made a mistake before. Right now, his best choice was to not participate in the battle. This was because he also didn't have a mount. After his warhorse was killed last time, although his family helped him find a new one, it still needed time to nurture. It wouldn't be able to become a fighting force in a short period of time. Now that Knight Millet had lost his warhorse, his fighting strength was at its lowest point. The eyes of the first 3 white wolf ant kings that rushed over were also blood red. However, unlike the other rank 1 and rank 2 white wolf ants, they still had a trace of clarity. They knew that they had to find the killer of the white wolf ant kings. Nightcade's suppressed charge suddenly erupted. His warhorse carried him towards the 3 white wolf ant kings. His target was the white wolf ant king at the front. While Nightcade was charging, Transcendent Barkley and Transcendent Brown weren't slow either. They also rushed towards the white wolf ant kings. Fenwick Transcendent was a bit slower. At this time, everyone's fighting strength could already be seen. But there was something even faster. A full set of armor appeared on Baron Dubois' body in an instant. Then, his feet stomped on the ground, and his figure rushed out with the sound of space being torn apart. Baron Dubois first passed by Transcendent Fenwick, then quickly passed Barkley Transcendent and Brown Transcendent before passing Cade Knight. He didn't pay attention to the first white wolf ant king. His speed was too fast. When the first white wolf ant king saw him, it stretched out its leg to attack him, but it only swept the air. At the same time, Cade Knight charged towards the first white wolf ant king and stabbed it with his lance. The powerful impact directly pierced through it. That white wolf ant king was pierced by Cade Knight's lance. It struggled for a bit before losing its life. After killing that white wolf ant king, Cade Knight put away his lance. He knew that there was nothing else for him to do. When Baron Dubois rushed in front of the second white wolf ant king, a light purple rank 4th rank heavy sword appeared in his hand. He didn't even use his rank 4th rank long shield to defend himself. Baron Dubois' figure brushed past the body of the second white wolf ant king. The white wolf ant king's leg that was about to attack Baron Dubois' body stopped halfway, because its head was flying through the air. The third white wolf ant king was 5 meters behind the second white wolf ant king. Baron Dubois didn't move his rank 4th rank heavy sword. The rank 4th rank heavy sword cut through the white wolf ant king's leg, cutting it off. Then, it continued to cut through the white wolf ant king's neck. Following that, the rank 4th rank heavy sword arrived behind the white wolf ant king. After Baron Dubois passed by, he left behind 2 decapitated white wolf ant king's corpses. Baron Dubois didn't stop moving forward. In front of him were 2 white wolf ant kings with blood-red eyes. Just like how David killed rank 2 insectoids, Baron Dubois killed rank 3 insectoids with incomparable ease. The rank 4th rank heavy sword's sharpness made the white armor on the white wolf ant king's body as thin as paper. It didn't have any defensive effect. Through the eyes of the shadow attendant, David saw the entire battle. This made him truly feel Baron Dubois' terrifying strength. If Baron Dubois hadn't wanted to give Nightcade face, then the 5 white wolf ant kings would have all been killed by Baron Dubois. He wouldn't have given anyone the chance to do so. Transcendent Barkley smiled bitterly and stopped moving. Although he always knew that Baron Dubois was very powerful, he only knew how big the gap was when he truly compared himself. The so-called strongest Transcendent of Warstar was nothing more than a joke in front of a true powerhouse. "Miller, come and clean up the battlefield," Baron Dubois said in a deep voice. Knight Miller immediately stepped forward and used a decomposing knife to deal with the corpses of the white wolf ant kings. After the 5 white wolf ant kings' corpses were decomposed, everyone in the team would get a share of the spoils. The specific distribution method was based on Worcester's unique calculation method. Baron Dubois and Nightcade would get a bit more, and David had contributed quite a bit as well, so he would get the second share. As for the 3 Transcendent, they would also get a bit, but not a lot. Knight Miller would get a few portions of rank 3 strengthened meat at most. Baron Dubois came to David's side and praised, "David, your second snipe was very good. We'll be able to pass through this area in a bit." Although the 2 white wolf ant kings had been disturbed, after the other white wolf ants killed the frenzied white wolf ants, the 2 white wolf ant kings still came to the place where the decoy was. However, the decoy had mostly evaporated by now, and there was only a little left. The 2 white wolf ant kings licked at the spot for a while before howling in dissatisfaction. However, they immediately sensed the disturbance in their group. Without the decoy, they turned around and returned to their nest. Although the other 2 white wolf ant kings had died, the white wolf ant kings had no way of determining the cause of death of the other 2 white wolf ant kings without receiving any information about the danger of their own kind. They also didn't want to find out what had happened to the other 2 white wolf ant kings. Due to the chaos in the 2 nests, a large number of frenzied white wolf ants rushed to the other nest. The rank 2 and rank 3 white wolf ants in the other nests were still fine, so they weren't affected by the frenzied white wolf ant. However, the rank 1 white wolf ants were affected by this frenzied aura, and some of the white wolf ants' eyes began to turn red. The chaos spread as the number of frenzied white wolf ants increased. The white wolf ant kings used their telepathy to constantly comfort their frenzied white wolf ants, but this required some time. "Alright, we can pass through." Baron Du Bois nodded in satisfaction when he saw the extent of the chaos. The chaos caused by the death of the 2 white wolf ant kings was a bit better than he had imagined. This level of chaos was enough for them to pass through. The team moved quickly. David was still leading the way. The shadow attendant had just absorbed the souls of the 5 white wolf ant kings and rose into the sky again. The frenzied white wolf ants affected the senses of the other white wolf ants, and the telepathy of the white wolf ant kings were greatly disturbed. In fact, every type of Zerg had their own weaknesses. It was just that the key was to find and exploit these weaknesses. After this, Transcendent Barkley also knew the weaknesses of the white wolf ant kings, but so what if he knew? He couldn't exploit them at all. First was the decoy potion. This potion was an item from the great world of God. Of course, the Federation could also research a similar potion, but no one knew how long it would take. After that, they had to kill the white wolf ant kings and block the frenzied counterattacks of the white wolf ant kings. This was a bit difficult. A sniper master could still be found, but a sniper master at David's level was hard to find. After that, it would be troublesome to quickly kill the white wolf ant kings. Following the team, Transcendent Barkley thought to himself as he observed the situation around him. Just like before, David discovered the white wolf ants in advance and led the team to avoid them one after another. Occasionally, there would be white wolf ants that they couldn't avoid, but the team could quickly kill them. With the telepathy of the white wolf ant kings disrupted, they wouldn't be discovered. "We're finally here," Knight Millet said with a long sigh. Among everyone here, Knight Millet and David were the weakest. However, David had long been used to all kinds of danger, and Knight Millet's face was covered in sweat because of the long period of tension. For a knight that wasn't weaker than a normal transcendent, this was very rare. It could only mean that Knight Millet had a problem controlling himself just now. Therefore, after Knight Millet said this, he was pulled aside by Baron Du Bois to give him a good lesson. The others couldn't help but smile. This blockade was finally over. After Baron Du Bois taught Knight Millet, he said to David, "David, find a safe place. We'll rest for a while." "Okay." David immediately replied. Then, a level 2 Zerg contributed its nest. Knight Millet continued to use insect repellent and magic talismans to seal the nest. Chapter 507. When Knight Miller took out the stove and ingredients from his space ring, everyone looked at David. Even Baron Du Bois was no exception. David's cooking had just been promoted to Grandmaster, so he wanted to practice. Of course, he also liked the food he cooked, so he took the stove and ingredients and began to prepare dinner. While David was cooking dinner, Knight Miller took out today's spoils for Baron Du Bois to distribute. Although they killed a lot of white wolf ants this time, they only obtained the corpses of 3 white wolf ant kings. The white wolf ant kings were rank 3 insectoids, so their corpses were still very valuable. Baron Du Bois quickly distributed the corpses of the 3 white wolf ant kings. Baron Du Bois gave Knight Miller his share and said, "Miller, Keep David's share for now. Give it to David when we go back. This was because Knight Miller's space ring was relatively large, so it was inconvenient for David to carry these materials. Whether it was for David or Baron Dubois, these spoils of war were nothing. Therefore, Baron Dubois helped David make the decision. However, rank 3 insectoid materials could be said to be a good harvest for the 3 transcendent. Although the 3 transcendent were at the top of the transcendent plane, there weren't many opportunities for them to kill rank 3 insectoids by themselves. Even the strongest of the 3 transcendents, Barclay, could only solo a level 3 arachnid that didn't have any special abilities, and that was under the premise that there were no other arachnids to disturb him. Needless to say, everyone ate with relish. If they didn't care about their status, they would have asked David to make another meal. There was no need for anyone to be on duty at night. With Knight Millet's magic talisman, it would automatically alert everyone if something happened. In addition, Baron Dubois would be the first to notice if a powerful insectoid approached. David sat in his tent and placed one hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. Then, traces of soul energy flowed into his body. This time, he didn't gain much soul energy, only the souls of 3 white wolf ant kings. David was curious about what kind of knowledge orbs the white wolf ant king could give him. He asked the shadow attendant to list the knowledge orbs he got today, and he saw 3 white knowledge orbs. Feeding frenzy, talent requires special stomach acid support. David was speechless when he saw the names and attributes of the 3 knowledge spheres. Looks like the level 3 white wolf ant king was forcefully cultivated through constant feeding. Looking at its innate ability, no wonder it was so weak in battle. Of course, David also knew that if a level 3 insectoid encountered Baron Dubois, the result would be the same no matter how powerful they were. David stopped thinking about the knowledge orbs and started practicing the crystal meditation. On the 3rd day, they continued to go deeper into the insectoid territory. As a scout, David discovered that there were a lot more level 3 insectoids here, and the krypton ores had also started to increase. There would be a krypton ore every few dozen kilometers, and this was the route they were on. Presumably, there would be even more krypton ores in other places. David didn't approach the krypton ores. He did his job as a scout and led the team around the insectoid. This is the easiest time I've ever had entering an insectoid territory. Nightcade, who had been silent the whole time, couldn't help but say to Baron Dubois, "Now you know why I asked David to join the team," Baron Dubois said with a proud smile. Baron Dubois wanted David to join the mission, but he had to make the request to the person in charge of the great world of God, Earl Brooks. Then, Earl Brooks would have to negotiate with the Interstellar Federation, which would add a lot of trouble. If it wasn't for Baron Dubois' special status, Earl Brooks would have a hard time agreeing to this request. Even Nightcade was a bit grumpy when he found out that there would be a Kaji in the team. Who knew that this Kaji David would give him the biggest surprise? Who would have thought that this Kaji would be able to move through the insectoid territory like it was a vacation without worrying about being discovered by the insectoids? As a scout, David minimized all the dangers to the minimum. There were very few battles along the way. Only when there was an unavoidable encounter would they need to take action. It's a pity that Master David isn't from the great world of God. Nightcade sighed softly. If such a talent was in the great world of God, many families would fight over him. This was because having this kind of scouting ability meant that he could lead his family's knight to hunt more insectoids, providing more resources for his family and nurturing more powerhouses. Even if David didn't have a bloodline, he would still be valued. Baron Dubois smiled. He had already told David about this matter. His family would welcome David at any time, but looking at David's current situation, he was doing very well in the Interstellar Federation. He had a powerful fighting force and his own influence. In a relaxed atmosphere, the group covered 400 kilometers in one day and another 200 kilometers on the 4th day. It was already noon, and David didn't continue forward. He didn't dare to get too close. Just by looking with his naked eye, he could see a strange forest up ahead. Let alone the insectoid territory, even in the Alliance-controlled territory, there were no plants except for a few places with internal circulation systems. Who knew how many years ago there had been no plants on planet Battlestar, and even living creatures had gone extinct. Now only humans and insectoids existed. Everything else that could be found was brought here by humans. David couldn't believe his eyes. How could there be a forest here? For those with psychic talent, the forest ahead was shrouded in psychic energy. This psychic energy hovered in the forest, and anyone who approached would be discovered by the psychic energy. David even saw the psychic energy drifting through the forest through the eyes of the shadow attendant in the sky. He immediately retreated. Even if he had over 8 points of psychic energy, he still felt a chill when he saw such a scene. Just how high did one's psychic energy have to be to create such a scene? David could only project his psychic energy 100 meters away, and that was his limit. If he used his voice to project his psychic energy further, he could use his voice to project his psychic energy further, but this kind of psychic energy application could only increase his perception by a bit. It wasn't as convenient as projecting his psychic energy. The area ahead was almost completely sealed off by this psychic fog. David found it hard to imagine what kind of existence could have such an ability. "Uncle Dubois, there's a situation ahead. A forest has appeared," David reported to Baron Dubois. "Let me see," Baron Dubois said as he took out a map from his space ring. The map in Baron Dubois's hand had clear energy fluctuations. When he opened it, David saw a small flickering dot and the surrounding environment. "Don't go any further. Ahead is the range of the addicted tree worm forest. We can't go this way. We have to take another route," Baron Dubois said in a deep voice. "Addicted tree worms? Are they the kind that are normally like trees, but when they encounter an enemy, they turn into insects to attack?" Information about the addicted treant popped up in David's mind. He had always thought that the addicted treant was just a legend. He did not expect to see an entire forest full of addicted treant. The addicted tree worms in the area ahead don't need to attack. If we approach, they will gather all their psychic energy to attack us. If we can't resist the psychic energy attack, we'll turn into a zombie, Baron Dubois explained. David was only talking about a single addicted tree worm. The addicted tree worm was a rank 2 arachnid. The threat of a single addicted tree worm was very weak. Any transcendent could easily deal with it. However, if there were many addicted tree worms, their strength would increase exponentially. For example, even Baron Dubois would have to pay a heavy price to break through the addicted tree worm forest ahead. It was basically impossible to pass through the addicted tree worm forest without making a sound. This is another blockade of the arachnids. It's also the protection that the halfling spider queen arranged for her own race. Baron Dubois continued. "Where should we go?" David asked. He knew that Baron Dubois had a way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arranged this operation. "Walk horizontally for 130 kilometers from here. There will be a valley passage. We'll pass through there." Baron Dubois's finger tapped on the map, and the pattern on the map changed as his finger tapped, revealing a new path. David looked at this path and marked it on his map. After that, the team moved along the edge of the addicted tree worm forest. Fortunately, with the addicted tree worm's existence, there weren't any other arachnids near it. As long as they didn't approach the addicted tree worm, they would be very safe. Before the sky turned dark, David saw the valley Baron Dubois had mentioned. Or rather, it should be said that he heard it. This was because he could hear the rumbling of thunder when he was very far away from the valley passage marked on the map. David didn't think that thunder would appear on Warstar. This was because there were no plants on Warstar and there was no ecology. The planet was like a dead land. Under such circumstances, The thunderstorms that would normally appear on other life planets had never been seen here. The shadow servant saw the situation of the valley passage from the sky. There was a light red mist above the valley passage. It was unknown what kind of gas this light red mist was, but when it came in contact with the wind of the valley passage, it produced a situation similar to thunder and lightning. Therefore, lightning flashed from time to time in the passage of the valley, followed by the sound of thunder. David gave the signal for safety in the channel, and the team behind him quickly followed. "Is this the legendary Thunder Valley?" Transcendent Barkley asked in a deep voice as he looked at the valley before him. David's eyes were filled with doubt, because he hadn't seen any information about Thunder Valley in the books he read. "Yes, this is Thunder Valley. The temperature in Thunder Valley is extremely low, and above Thunder Valley, there is a high-temperature gas. The combination of these two temperatures results in this scene," Baron Dubois explained to David. David was a bit surprised, because Baron Dubois' explanation was very Federation style. It didn't seem like the great world of God's way of doing things. "Baron Dubois, I'm not questioning you, but the danger level of Thunder Valley isn't much lower than that of the addicted tree worm forest. Why do we have to go here?" Transcendental Barkley glanced at Thunder Valley and asked. If Baron Dubois went all out, it wouldn't be impossible to open up a passage in addicted tree worm forest. Although that would expose their whereabouts, they weren't far from their destination. Even if they were exposed, they could complete the mission as quickly as possible. With their strength, they could complete the mission and leave before the arachnids encircled them. The addicted tree worm's mind is connected to the half-body spider queen. This is the conclusion we reached after losing many nights, so we can't pass through there, Baron Dubois replied in a deep voice. Baron Dubois' answer made Transcendent Barkley fall silent. He knew who had killed those knights. A knight with the ability to attack addicted tree worm forest was extremely powerful. They were far from what Transcendent Barkley could compare to. In any case, Transcendent Barkley himself didn't dare to attack addicted tree worm forest of this scale. He might be killed by a mental attack as soon as he got close. As for alerting the half-body spider queen, the half-body spider queen wasn't something Barkley Transcendent could imagine. It was a rank 5 arachnid. The great world of God and the Interstellar Federation didn't exchange much information, so the Interstellar Federation didn't know about addicted tree worm. Of course, the most important reason was that the Federation Transcendent didn't have enough fighting power to reach this place. The drones couldn't fly in from several hundred kilometers away. No matter how many drones they lost, they couldn't pass through the arachnids' blockade. At the end of the day, the experts of the great world of God were still the ones who dominated the high-level battles on planet Battlestar. If it wasn't for Transcendent Barkley participating in this operation, he wouldn't have known about this information. Let's prepare to enter Thunder Valley. Be prepared to withstand the low temperature and lightning. Baron Dubois ordered everyone. David, this is for you. Take it with you and it can withstand 5 lightning attacks. If it doesn't work, ask me for more. Knight Millet came to David's side and took out a magic talisman from his space ring. Transcendent Barkley and the other 2 Transcendent glanced at the magic talisman, and their mouths couldn't help but twitch. It was another magic talisman. This thing was extremely expensive in the Federation, but Knight Millet casually took it out. Chapter 508. David didn't hold back. He was wearing an exoskeleton armor. Although it had been treated to prevent electricity, it was hard for it not to have any problems under the effect of powerful lightning. With a magic talisman that could prevent lightning attacks, it could better protect the exoskeleton armor from being damaged. For a Kaji like David, without the exoskeleton armor, his fighting power would be reduced to a terrifying level. Just thinking about the fact that his strength would be reduced by 10 times and his defense would be slightly stronger than an ordinary person's, Kaji would become extremely weak. Without the protection of the exoskeleton armor, David wouldn't be able to withstand the extreme cold of Thunder Valley even without the protection of the exoskeleton armor. David stuck the magic talisman on the exoskeleton armor and opened the internal circulation system of the exoskeleton armor. At the same time, he increased the input of energy to the temperature control system. The three Transcendent were also preparing to enter Thunder Valley. The Transcendent armor was superior to the exoskeleton armor in terms of defense and other aspects, coupled with the fact that the Transcendent's physique was far superior to that of Kaji's. Their safety was greatly increased. Baron Du Bois didn't prepare anything. His powerful strength was the best preparation, and so was Nightcade. Apart from Baron Du Bois, he was the safest because he had a warhorse that shared his life with him. As for Night Millet, he took out several magic talismans and held them in his hand. The armor on his body flashed with white light, creating many defensive barriers around his body. Let's enter Thunder Valley. Baron Du Bois was indifferent to Night Millet's wasteful actions. Perhaps the magic talismans that were incomparably precious to the Federation were just ordinary consumables to them. Following Baron Du Bois' order, the team set off for Thunder Valley. This time, David wasn't at the front. Instead, he stayed in the middle of the team with Night Millet. Baron Du Bois and Nightcade were at the front, while the three Transcendent were at the back. When David rode his warhorse into Thunder Valley, a red alarm immediately appeared on the temperature display on his faceplate. This was the alarm when the temperature outside the exoskeleton armor had reached an extremely dangerous level. David could feel that the engine of the exoskeleton armor had increased the extraction of krypton to provide more energy for the thermostatic system. The warhorse behind David was not affected by the cold at all. It continued to carry him along with the group. Just as the squad entered the Thunder Valley, several bolts of lightning shot towards them. Apart from Baron Du Bois, everyone else suffered a lightning attack. A wooden shield appeared in the Nightcade's hand, and he easily dispersed the lightning. It was clear that the Cade Knight had been prepared for this operation, or else why would he have a wooden shield? It had to be said that wooden shields were completely useless on Warstar. The three Transcendents' figures flashed. Although they avoided most of Lightning's attacks, they were still hit by the aftershock. Night Millet was hit by lightning. The energy shield on his body shook a bit, but he didn't suffer any damage. David sensed the danger one step ahead. This probably had something to do with his will being over 8 points. However, even if he sensed the danger one step ahead, the lightning was still too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't avoid it in time. Therefore, a bolt of lightning directly hit him. The magic amulet on his body flashed white, and the lightning that hit his body was instantly neutralized. Night Millet slapped his head and said, "I forgot. Our equipment is made of metal." Night Millet knew that metal attracted lightning, but he only thought about defending outside the valley. He didn't think about this. Of course, only he and David needed to think about this. The others were strong, so they naturally didn't think about whether their equipment would be attracted by lightning. When the three Transcendent and David heard Night Millet's words, they couldn't help but look at their equipment. David didn't say anything, so it was impossible for him to take off his equipment. The three Transcendent couldn't help but smile bitterly. They also needed the Transcendent armor to increase their strength. Otherwise, without the Transcendent armor, they wouldn't even be able to protect themselves. "David, I'll give you an isolation amulet." Night Millet took out 2 more magic amulets from his portal ring. He buffed himself with one and activated the other before throwing it at David. The magic amulet turned into a white pattern in the air and then turned into an energy shield that wrapped around David's body and the warhorse under David. David felt that this energy shield completely isolated him from the outside world, but the strange thing was that his perception of the outside world didn't decrease at all. This isolation was one way. Transcendent Barkley saw the energy shield on David's body. He wanted to ask Knight Millet for an energy shield like this, but he couldn't open his mouth. He didn't have any friendship with Knight Millet, and Knight Millet didn't take the initiative to give it to him. Nightcade saw Knight Millet's move, and his face turned slightly red. He also took out a magic amulet and buffed himself with an isolation amulet. Nightcade also forgot that the metal armor on his body attracted lightning. Baron Dubois was probably the only powerful one here. He didn't know what method he used to hide the metal smell on his body. The shadow attendant wasn't affected at all. The space the shadow attendant was in was very special. As long as the shadow attendant didn't take the initiative to show itself, it wouldn't be affected by the lightning. The shadow attendant was flying 100 meters above the valley. It was the place where the red mist and the cold air of the valley rubbed against each other. Lightning constantly appeared here. When the lightning accumulated to a certain degree, it would converge into a bolt of lightning. David saw the formation of several bolts of lightning through the eyes of the shadow attendant. Then, these bolts of lightning seemed to be attracted by something and flew down. Several bolts of lightning were all attracted by the three transcendent. The three transcendents' figures flashed again and again, looking very embarrassed. "Millet, how do you do logistics?" Baron Dubois shouted at Knight Millet. "Uncle, I thought they didn't need it. They didn't say anything." Knight Millet softly muttered. Then, he took out 3 magic talismans and threw them at the 3 transcendent after activating them. Baron Dubois was too lazy to say anything to Knight Millet. For this operation, he asked a master alchemist to make a lot of magic talismans for various purposes. He didn't use them before because he wanted everyone to feel the power of the Thunder Valley. Transcendent Barkley nodded to Knight Millet and thanked Baron Dubois. "Thank you." With just 1 magic talisman, the feeling of being targeted by lightning disappeared. David also saw through the shadow attendant that lightning had appeared in the sky again. It didn't continue to attack the members of the team, but instead chose a random location. In this case, if they were attacked by lightning again, it was just bad luck. They couldn't blame anyone else. The team advanced for a while, and no more lightning attacks occurred. The 3 transcendent felt relieved and began to observe the surrounding scenery. The Thunder Valley should have been attacked by lightning all year round. The ground was scorched black, and many places on the ground were instantly vitrified due to the high temperature. In this low-temperature environment, people would mistake it for ice. David's observation angle was different from everyone else. He looked down through the shadow attendant's point of view. Suddenly, he saw a strange electric light. This electric light didn't fall from the sky, but after the lightning in the distance disappeared, the electric light didn't completely disappear. There was another electric light moving quickly. "Be careful." David saw the electric light rushing towards Knight Millet and immediately warned. This electric light didn't go through Baron Dubois's direction. Instead, it went from the direction of the 3 transcendent Knight Millet. Although the 3 transcendent reacted, they were a step too slow. The electric light went through the 3 transcendent Knight Millet. Knight Millet reacted almost instantly. A grade 3 shield appeared in his hand, and he used it to block in front of him. Because of the lightning protection magic charm, Knight Millet wasn't worried about the lightning attack. Seeing that the electric light wasn't strong, he didn't put it in his eyes. The electric light collided with the grade 3 shield. Knight Millet's body shook, and he almost fell off his horse. In fact, Knight Millet wasn't that weak. This was mainly because his warhorse wasn't trained by him, so it wasn't of any help to him. Therefore, he had to face electric light all by himself. Plus, he had underestimated electric light, which was why he was in this situation. Baron Dubois looked coldly. In fact, he had already seen something, but he didn't ask. The moment the electric light collided with the grade 3 shield, the electric light paused for a moment. After the electric light paused, a white scorpion flashing with electric light appeared. David wasn't far from Knight Millet. With a push of his legs, he approached Knight Millet. David took out the sharp, heavy axe from his back. When he was 5 meters away from Knight Millet, David locked onto the white scorpion with his line of will. He didn't hesitate to swing his heavy axe. At the same time David swung his heavy axe, a bolt of lightning struck Knight Millet from the sky. The speed of the lightning was faster than David's heavy axe. David thought that the sharp heavy axe would hit 100% of the time, but it magically missed. From what he could sense, this white scorpion was a level 3 insectoid. At this distance, with the enhancement of his mental thread to his attack speed, it was impossible for him to miss his target. David saw it very clearly. The lightning struck Knight Millet, but the Knight Millet had a lightning-resistant magic amulet, so the lightning didn't have any effect. However, the white scorpion disappeared along with the scattered electric light after hitting Knight Millet. David saw that the white scorpion seemed to have turned into electric light, but he couldn't determine which one it was. This was the first time David's axe had missed since he became a Grandmaster Heavy Axe Master. He was confident that he could use the Spirit Beheading Heavy Axe technique to generate a line of will. "It's the Lightning Scorpion," Baron Dubois said in a deep voice. This was the first time David, who had excellent grades, heard the name Lightning Scorpion. This arachnid name definitely didn't appear in the textbooks, or else he wouldn't have not heard of it. This was the pride of a straight-A student. Although David's knowledge was not truly learned, but obtained through the knowledge orbs, he was still a 100% straight-A student. Not only David, but even the 3 Transcendent were at a loss. The lightning scorpion is extremely rare. They are a special arachnid that lives in a lightning environment. They coexist with lightning and can transform into a part of it. They can also use their body to guide the direction of the lightning attack. Baron Dubois continued to explain. "David, your axe was very powerful. If it wasn't for this lightning scorpion transforming into electric light, it would have been killed by you." Baron Dubois turned his head and praised David with a smile. Although David's axe had missed, Baron Dubois was able to see a lot of things. David's control over the heavy axe, as well as the special acceleration during the attack, all of which showed how powerful David's heavy axe mastery was. Grandmaster Heavy Axe. You are already a Grandmaster Heavy Axe. Transcendent Barclay was even more direct. As a member of the Federation and a top Transcendent, he naturally saw what David's axe represented. Although the strangeness of the lightning scorpion made the Transcendent apprehensive, David's heavy axe control made them even more surprised. Since his strength as a Grandmaster Heavy Axe was exposed, David didn't hide it anymore and said with a smile, "I received the spirit-severing heavy axe technique inheritance from the First College of Iridia." Transcendent Barclay sighed and shook his head. "No wonder you could easily kill a rank 3 arachnid. A Sniper Master and a Grandmaster Heavy Axe. I'm afraid this kind of combination hasn't appeared in the Federation for tens of thousands of years." Knight Millet was struck by lightning and said with dissatisfaction, "Shouldn't you guys think of a way to deal with the lightning scorpion?" Knight Millet was a member of the Great World of God, so he didn't feel much about the Grandmaster Heavy Axe. In fact, the Great World of God had never put the Federation's training in their eyes. The lightning scorpion mainly relies on attracting lightning to attack. The lightning scorpion can't leave Thunder Valley, so we don't have to worry about the lightning scorpion leaking our whereabouts. Baron Dubois wasn't worried about Knight Millet's safety at all and continued to talk about the lightning scorpion. In fact, there was no need to worry. Knight Millet had a lot of lightning-resistant magic talismans on him. Lightning attacks alone wouldn't pose any threat to him. As for the lightning scorpion, it was a good opportunity to let Knight Millet feel the danger. Baron Dubois wouldn't waste such a good opportunity, nor would he personally deal with the lightning scorpion. Knight Millet saw the 3 Transcendent carefully looking around and not talking anymore, so he felt a bit more comfortable. He provided the three transcendent with isolation talismans, but the three transcendent didn't first think of protecting him after he was attacked, which made him very dissatisfied. Chapter 509. Millet, you have to be careful. The lightning scorpion will probably choose you as its target again, Baron Du Bois said lightly. Knight Millet's face turned bitter. Although he had a lightning resistance magic amulet, the lightning scorpion was still a rank 3 arachnid. It was still very dangerous in close combat. His armor couldn't guarantee that it could defend against a rank 3 arachnid's close combat attack. He also knew that if he kept defending, he would lose. Being on the defensive all the time was very passive. Why does it have to find me? Knight Millet was a bit puzzled and asked with some complaint. Because the energy in our bodies is of a higher level than the energy in the Transcendent's body. It has a stronger attraction to the lightning scorpion. Baron Du Bois glanced at the others and replied. A knight of the great world of God had energy produced through the power of the bloodline. This energy was the foundation of a knight's training. Compared to the power of the Transcendent of the Interstellar Federation, this energy was of a higher level. As for David, he only had a strong body as Kaji. Apart from his mind, he didn't have any power that surpassed his body. Then why didn't the lightning scorpion go to Nightcade? Knight Millet looked at Nightcade and continued to ask. Because you're weak. Nightcade replied with a smile. Knight Millet was suddenly speechless. He turned his head away from Nightcade and began to focus on observing the surroundings. Nightcade and Baron Du Bois looked at each other and smiled. Nightcade could obviously see that Baron Du Bois was training Knight Millet. The lightning scorpion's ability to hide was too strong. In a place where lightning could appear at any time, it was very difficult to find which one was the lightning scorpion. Even if David looked through the eyes of the shadow attendant in the air, he couldn't find any clues about the lightning scorpion. David thought for a moment and tried to project his will outwards. Just as he did so, a bolt of lightning struck the area of his will outwards, and he felt a boom in his head. Ah! David hugged his head and exclaimed. The others immediately turned their heads to look at David, only to see him wobbling on his warhorse in a sorry state. Baron Du Bois saw the reason for David's headache and said in a deep voice, David, don't project your mind here. Lightning is the nemesis of the mind. Fortunately, David's mental strength was very strong. He forcefully withdrew his mental strength. Although he lost some of his mental strength, he recovered most of it after resting for a while. Got it, David replied with a sigh of relief. He had never thought that his projected spirit would be so fragile. A single bolt of lightning could damage his spirit. Also, since he was projecting his spirit, the lightning-resistant magic talisman on his body was not activated. It seemed like it could not protect his spirit. Baron Du Bois took out a bottle of potion from his space ring and threw it to David. Take a rest first. Drink this potion. David took the potion. Because this potion had to be drunk directly, he opened his faceplate. As soon as he opened his faceplate, a cold wave hit him in the face. Even if the exoskeleton armor was still blowing hot air on his face, it still made him feel very uncomfortable. He immediately drank the potion and put down his faceplate. In just a short time, he felt that his face was a little numb. David couldn't help but bitterly smile. He thought that he was very strong, but in fact, he was still far from it. Not to mention Baron Du Bois and Nightcade, even Knight Millet was the same. His armor didn't hide his face. Knight Millet didn't look like he was affected by the cold. David guessed that this was probably the effect of the advanced energy in Knight Millet's body. He was completely relying on his constitution to resist the cold. He couldn't help but envy Knight Millet. Although there was a night-breathing technique, knowledge ball in the shadow attendant's body, one needed a bloodline to practice it. Without a bloodline, one couldn't become a knight. The night-breathing technique was something that David could only dream about. The potion given by Baron Dubois was very effective. His damaged spirit quickly recovered, and his mind became clear again. The team couldn't stop because of a lightning scorpion. After walking for a while, a bolt of lightning fell beside Knight Millet. Traces of lightning flickered and scattered in all directions. Some of the lightning approached Knight Millet. "Courting death," Baron Dubois said in a deep voice. He brandished the fourth-rank heavy sword in his hand and stabbed at the lightning. The lightning wanted to avoid it, but it was a step too late. The fourth-rank heavy sword stabbed the lightning, and the lightning let out a sharp cry. Then, the lightning transformed into the body of the lightning scorpion. The fourth-rank heavy sword pierced through the body of the lightning scorpion and nailed it to the ground. Although the lightning scorpion was nailed to the ground, it didn't die immediately. It frantically struggled, trying to break free from the fourth-rank heavy sword. But how could Baron Dubois let it escape? If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to let Knight Millet see the appearance of the lightning scorpion, Baron Dubois' sword would have pierced through the head of the lightning scorpion. "Uncle Dubois, be careful," David hurriedly warned the shadow attendant in the sky when he saw a large amount of lightning converging and several dozen bolts of lightning flying towards Baron Dubois. Baron Dubois casually waved his hand, and a magic talisman appeared in his hand. It was activated, and an energy shield wrapped around him. Then, lightning fell from the sky and continuously hit the energy shield. This was the final desperate attack of the lightning scorpion. It attracted all the lightning in the vicinity, but unfortunately, Baron Dubois was too strong, and he was also a rich noble. It was impossible for it to injure him. "Millet, you still need to strengthen your training. You can't even sense the attack of an insectoid of this level in advance. How can you survive in the war?" Baron Dubois said to Knight Millet in a deep voice. After saying that, Baron Dubois stirred the fourth-rank heavy sword in his hand and crushed the heart of the lightning scorpion. The life aura of the lightning scorpion disappeared without a trace. The shadow attendant flew to the corpse of the lightning scorpion and absorbed its soul. Baron Dubois frowned. In his perception, something seemed to have disappeared during the death of the lightning scorpion, but he couldn't tell what it was. When David had just obtained the shadow attendant, powerhouses might have been able to discover the shadow attendant, but after absorbing a large amount of souls, the current shadow attendant couldn't be discovered no matter where it went. Even the fifth-rank half-body Spider Queen didn't discover the shadow attendant through the spatial wormhole. This was enough to explain the problem. Baron Dubois didn't research souls. He was an advanced knight who specialized in battle. If this place was a soul researcher from the great world of God, they might have discovered the abnormality of the lightning scorpion, but they also wouldn't be able to discover the shadow attendant. Perhaps because he was used to having a shadow attendant by his side, David didn't notice the uniqueness of the shadow attendant. The fact that the shadow attendant couldn't be detected by Baron Dubois and even a fifth-rank insect meant that it had a very high chance of surpassing a fifth-rank insect. Baron Dubois shook his head. He was very confident in his own strength. There was lightning everywhere, so it was possible for him to make a mistake in his perception. "Uncle, is the corpse of the lightning scorpion valuable?" Knight Millet naturally wouldn't be polite with Baron Dubois. He stepped forward and asked while holding the corpse of the lightning scorpion in his hand. "Of course it's valuable. The lightning scorpion has a thunder crystal in its head. Wearing it while training can increase the effect of body refining," Baron Dubois explained. Knight Millet took out a decomposing knife and directly cut open the head of the lightning scorpion, finding a crystal flashing with lightning. He held the thunder crystal and sensed it for a while. Then, he threw the thunder crystal to David indifferently. Knight Millet said with a smile, "David, you can use this. This is Uncle's spoils of war. There's no need to divide it." He didn't ask for Baron Dubois' opinion and just gave the thunder crystal to David. David hesitated after taking the thunder crystal. Knight Millet casually gave this treasure to him, but this was Baron Dubois' spoils of war. David, take it. This thunder crystal is useless to Millet, but it's still very effective for you, Baron Dubois said with a smile. Knight Millet's body was tempered by the training method of the Knight of the great world of God. Even the Transcendent was far inferior to him, let alone David, this Kaji. Thank you. David put the thunder crystal in the storage space at his waist and thanked Baron Dubois and Knight Millet. Knight Millet said with a wave of his hand, "We are good brothers. The thunder crystal is something you need, so it's normal for you to use it." He continued to decompose the lightning sky scorpion, and soon put the rank 3 materials and the rank 3 strengthened meat into his space ring. The rest was thrown away. Although the rest was still valuable, the space of a space item was limited. Plus, Knight Millet's vision was too high, so he didn't care about those low-grade materials. The team continued to move forward. With the blessing of the magic talisman and the absence of the lightning sky scorpion, their speed increased by a lot. Suddenly, Nightcade, who was leading the way, made a gesture to stop. Everyone immediately stopped. Actually, even without Nightcade's request, everyone would have stopped by looking at the situation ahead. Although the light and sound of thunder and lightning appeared frequently in the Lightning Valley, the sound of thunder that was heard by everyone's ears had formed a string. In the sky, the shadow attendant could clearly see a large amount of lightning falling from the sky in the area ahead, forming a spiderweb of lightning on the ground. Looking from 100 meters away, the friction between heat and cold was very fierce. Therefore, there was a lot of lightning here. Every moment, there would be dozens or hundreds of lightning falling. Within the lightning, one could vaguely see the silhouettes of many lightning sky scorpions. Although it was impossible to know exactly how many lightning sky scorpions there were, the shadow attendant could see more than 12 of them in a short period of time. Baron Dubois looked at the scene ahead and said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect the environment of the Thunder Valley to change and form such a special place where lightning falls. It allows the lightning sky scorpions to breed in groups." The formation of a lightning sky scorpion was extremely difficult. On one hand, the larvae needed lightning innate talent. On the other hand, the lightning sky scorpions needed to absorb a large amount of lightning energy. According to the records of Baron Dubois' family, the number of lightning sky scorpions that could be bred in this Thunder Valley was very small, no more than 5. However, he didn't expect that after so many years, the environment of the Thunder Valley would become abnormal. It formed a special place where a large amount of lightning gathered. The lightning energy was enough to allow a large number of lightning sky scorpions to grow. Apart from a few knight who had traveled through the Thunder Valley, almost no one had studied the lightning sky scorpions. Especially on the side of the Interstellar Federation, they didn't even know about the existence of the lightning sky scorpions. This was mainly because these lightning sky scorpions posed no threat to humans. This was because the lightning sky scorpions couldn't leave the lightning environment. They needed lightning energy to survive. Knight Millet looked at the lightning sky scorpions in front of him and couldn't help but ask, "What do we do?" Knight Cade discovered it early, so the team was still some distance away from the place where the lightning fell. Therefore, they observed the situation in the place where the lightning fell, and the lightning scorpion in the place where the lightning fell did not discover them. Knight Millet was most worried that he was the main target of the lightning sky scorpions. Even if he had a magic talisman that could resist lightning attacks, a magic talisman could only withstand a few lightning attacks. Once the number of lightning sky scorpions increased, he might not be able to withstand it. "We can't enter the place where the lightning fell. These lightning sky scorpions are almost invincible there," Baron Dubois said in a deep voice. Even with Baron Dubois' strength, he would have to resist countless lightning attacks if he entered the place where the lightning fell. He wouldn't have much strength left to deal with the lightning sky scorpions. It must be known that the lightning sky scorpions could attract lightning attacks. Once Baron Du Bois entered the place where the lightning fell, he would immediately be attacked by countless lightning bolts. Even someone as powerful as him wouldn't be able to deal with it. Then what do we do? Knight Millet asked anxiously. We need someone to lure out the lightning sky scorpions. Baron Du Bois looked at the three Transcendent and said. Transcendent Barclay's face changed. Although the three Transcendents' physiques were a lot stronger than David's, they would be temporarily paralyzed if they were hit by lightning here. If they were attacked by more than one lightning sky scorpions at this time, they would die on the spot. The three Transcendent were led by Transcendent Barclay. Transcendent Barclay wanted to refuse, but he hadn't shown any ability along the way. If he couldn't help the mission when they were needed, it would greatly affect the mission evaluation. Chapter 5:10. David saw the hesitation on Transcendent Barclay's face and couldn't help but say, Uncle Du Bois, let me try first. If I can't do it, then let the other Transcendent go over. Actually, the most suitable person to lure out the lightning sky scorpions was him. He was a sniper master, and had the ability to attack from a distance. He didn't need to enter the lightning zone to lure out the lightning sky scorpions. The others were too close to the lightning zone and might not even be able to escape in time. Transcendent Barclay and the other two Transcendent looked at David with grateful eyes. They were greatly moved that David was willing to step forward at this time. David, since you say so, then give it a try, Baron Du Bois said with a smile on his face. How could Baron Du Bois not know that David was the most suitable person? It was just that on one hand, David wasn't a combatant in the mission, and on the other hand, Baron Du Bois wanted the other Transcendent to owe David a favor. David took out his roaring sniper rifle, found a suitable sniping position, and prepared to snipe. Knight Millet jumped off his warhorse and put away his warhorse like David. Then, he came to David's side. The others hid in front and waited for the lightning sky scorpions to come over. David pressed a large caliber grade 3 sniper bullet into the chamber and aimed at a figure in the lightning. It was rare for him to not immediately attack. Instead, he was somewhat hesitant, because the figure in the lightning flashed in and out of existence without any pattern at all. David had always been sniping, and he rarely missed. As long as the other party didn't notice, he was confident in locking onto the target. But this time, he didn't have any confidence. The lightning sky scorpions were moving through countless lightning bolts and couldn't be locked onto. In the end, David still fired. All he could do was lure out the lightning sky scorpions. His plan to directly kill a lightning sky scorpions fell through. The super large caliber level 3 grade 3 sniper bullet flew out, passing through a bolt of lightning and creating a hole in the hard rock. The lightning wasn't injured. It was estimated that the lightning was too fast and David didn't manage to lock onto it. The lightning stopped and the figure of the lightning sky scorpions appeared. It saw the hole in the ground. With the knowledge in its genes, the lightning sky scorpions knew that this was an attack aimed at Kaji. It immediately let out a sharp cry. Then, more than 20 lightning bolts gathered around it and turned into the lightning sky scorpions. David was about to take advantage of the lightning sky scorpions stopping to snipe again. But when he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Without any hesitation, David immediately grabbed Knight Millet beside him. Millet was also experienced. When David grabbed him, he knew that he was in danger, so he didn't resist and let David take him away. Just as David took Knight Millet away, the 25 lightning sky scorpions gathered together and the 100 lightning bolts in the sky converged into one lightning bolt. This lightning bolt was very strange. When it fell from the sky, it didn't land on the ground. Instead, it suddenly changed direction and rushed towards David while sticking close to the ground. If David hadn't discovered it in advance, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the 100 lightning bolts with his speed. In terms of power, the remaining 4 lightning resistance, magic talismans wouldn't have been able to resist it. David's perception of death saved him once again. Even Baron Du Bois would be injured if he was hit by the power of 100 lightning bolt. The lightning carried a terrifying power as it flew towards David's previous position. Wherever it passed, a large amount of lightning would appear on the ground, affecting everything in its path. David only flashed 2 meters with Knight Millet before the lightning bolts rushed past their previous position. A large amount of lightning bolts hit him and Knight Millet, and the magic talismans on their bodies only lasted for a moment before shattering into pieces. Baron Du Bois quickly rushed over from the distance and pulled the two away from that place. David's whole body was paralyzed and he couldn't speak for a while. Knight Millet wasn't much better. On David's helmet, many lines of red text appeared to warn him. Fortunately, this custom-made exoskeleton armor's lightning resistance wasn't bad. When it was attacked by lightning, some of the equipment wasn't damaged and only automatically entered a protective state. Knight Millet's armor continuously flashed with white light. It should be the defensive pattern on the armor at work. "Millet, how many times do you want David to save you?" Baron Du Bois said in a deep voice. Baron Du Bois didn't thank David anymore. He recognized David as his nephew, so it was natural for David to save Knight Millet. This was also why he could take out potions to treat David whenever he needed them. He also agreed to let Knight Millet give the Thunder Crystal to David. This was his attitude towards his nephew. Baron Du Bois only blamed Knight Millet. As a knight, his perception of danger wasn't even as good as David's Kaji. He needed David to save him every time. Knight Millet solemnly said, "Uncle, I'll work hard to train." Knight Millet was an important heir of the family and a recognized genius. He was extremely proud, but after experiencing danger several times, his pride disappeared. "Remember your words." Baron Du Bois nodded and said. At this time, the rest of the people also retreated. They saw the power of the lightning scorpions, so they didn't dare to stay. How can the lightning scorpions' attack power be so strong? When Knight Cade saw that the lightning scorpions still hadn't come out of the lightning, he asked in confusion. Previously, he and Baron Du Bois didn't put the lightning scorpions in their eyes. They only treated them as a training for Knight Millet. However, they didn't expect that the combined attack power of 25 lightning scorpions would be so destructive. The power of a lightning bolt might only numb the transcendent for a while, but the power of 100 lightning bolts added together could definitely kill a transcendent. Even Knight Cade would find it hard to survive this lightning bolt. Baron Du Bois was probably the only one who wouldn't die after taking this attack head-on. Baron Du Bois thought for a moment and said, "The lightning scorpions should have given birth to a lightning scorpion king." According to the intelligence of the lightning heavenly scorpion, David's snipe would definitely cause the lightning heavenly scorpion to chase after him. However, other than that terrifying lightning attack just now, the lightning heavenly scorpion didn't chase after him at all. The lightning scorpions should have a unified command. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to make all 25 lightning scorpions stay in the lightning zone. How can a lightning scorpions give birth to a lightning scorpions with this small number? Knight Cade still had some doubts. For an arachnid race to give birth to a king, the race needed to be large enough. Only then would there be a chance for a king to appear. For a group of 20 or so lightning heavenly scorpions to be able to give birth to a king was simply too inconceivable. While the two powerhouses of the great world of God were discussing the lightning scorpions, the three transcendent looked at David gratefully. If not for David taking the initiative to volunteer, they would have directly faced the lightning scorpions. If they had been hit by that lightning bolt close to the lightning zone, none of the three transcendent would have been able to survive. Transcendent Barclay said in a deep voice, "Grandmaster David, I won't say anything superfluous. If you have anything to say, just say it. I will support you with all my strength." Although the other two transcendent didn't say anything, they revealed the same meaning. David smiled at the three transcendent and then said to Baron Du Bois, Uncle Dubois, I was too careless. I will try again. You have to be careful. Baron Dubois didn't refuse. The only one here who could safely deal with the lightning scorpions was David. He also believed that David wouldn't act recklessly. David, safety first. Knight Millet took out a lightning-resistant, magic talisman from his space ring and handed it to David. No problem, David said with a smile as he took it and put it on his body. This time, David didn't choose to snipe from a distance of 2,000 meters. He didn't think that the lightning scorpions would attack from so far away. 2,000 meters was already very safe in his opinion. David arrived at a distance of 5,000 meters from the lightning zone. He didn't immediately snipe. Instead, he activated his extreme speed and constitution enhancement. Although extreme speed didn't have much use for long-range sniping, it could allow him to escape faster when he sensed danger. He used his spirit burst to enhance his calculation and analysis ability. The shadow attendant in the sky was also observing the trajectory of the lightning scorpions below. It seems that because David's sniping just now made the lightning scorpions notice the enemy, they weren't as active as before. This also gave David a chance to lock onto the target. It's just that with such a long distance, and the fact that he had already attracted the attention of the lightning scorpions, it would be very difficult to successfully snipe them. David lay on the ground. Several lightning bolts in the sky fell not far from him, but they didn't affect him at all. He was now completely in hunting mode. As a hunter, patience was very important. David had already locked onto a lightning sky scorpion. However, this lightning sky scorpion was very vigilant. Even if a sniper bullet was shot out, with the lightning sky scorpion's speed, it should have enough time to dodge. Half an hour passed, but David didn't even move. It was as if he and the lightning scorpion were competing in patience. An hour passed, but David was still locked onto the lightning scorpion. The lightning scorpion was no longer as vigilant as before. It wanted to continue transforming into lightning with the other lightning scorpions. Although the lightning scorpion was controlled by the lightning scorpion king, it had an extremely volatile personality. It was very difficult for the lightning scorpion to maintain its vigilance for a long time. Just as the lightning scorpion relaxed its vigilance and was about to transform into lightning, David fired the roaring sniper rifle. The super large caliber rank 3 sniper bullet flew for 5 kilometers, passing through several lightning bolts and accurately hitting the lightning scorpion. The super large caliber rank 3 sniper bullet shot into the head of the lightning heavenly scorpion, causing it to die. The lightning scorpion had a powerful ability to transform into lightning, but it also had a corresponding weakness. When it wasn't transforming into lightning, its defense was weaker than a rank 3 insectoid. This was also the reason why the sniper bullet could still penetrate the electric scorpion's skin and skull even after being slowed down by several lightning bolts after flying over a distance of 5,000 meters. David's sniper attack immediately caused the lightning scorpion to retaliate. Another lightning bolt formed by 100 lightning bolts shot towards David. But this time, David endured the recoil and rolled away from his sniping position after he finished sniping. Because the lightning bolt was close to the ground, a large amount of lightning energy was consumed halfway. By the time it reached 5 kilometers, the lightning's power was less than 10%. This time, the lightning attack didn't even activate David's lightning-resistant magic talisman, which made David feel relieved. David changed to another sniper position. This time, he didn't wait. He didn't believe that the lightning scorpion would let down its guard in a short period of time, so he chose to harass it. When the new sniper position locked onto him, he fired the roaring sniper rifle. This time, the sniper attack naturally missed. What responded to him was another lightning bolt. But when the lightning bolt hit this sniper position, he had already arrived at another sniper position. After using 15 super large caliber rank 3 sniper bullets, the lightning scorpion finally couldn't endure this provocation. Following a series of shrill cries, streaks of lightning left the area where the lightning had struck. Out of David's expectations, the lightning bolts in the area of lightning were also moving towards him. David retreated and continued to harass the lightning scorpion with sniper attacks from time to time. When the lightning scorpion was 500 meters away from the area of lightning, the lightning bolts in the area of lightning could no longer reach that far. One by one, the figures of the lightning scorpion appeared. Their speed was still fast, but due to the lack of lightning in the sky, they couldn't maintain their lightning form. Of course, David discovered that among these lightning scorpion, there was a lightning bolt that had been maintained. It didn't appear as a lightning scorpion. If it wasn't for the fact that this bolt of lightning was moving with the 24 lightning sky scorpions, David would have thought that it was an ordinary bolt of lightning. David's retreating speed could no longer keep up with the lightning scorpion's advancing speed. Speed had always been David's weakness. The lightning scorpion could catch up to him in a few breaths of time. But David wasn't anxious at all. This time, he wasn't fighting alone. He had his own teammates, and they were extremely powerful teammates. Of course, in the most dangerous time, David could enter the ground at any time. This was his trump card, and also the reason why he dared to take the initiative to lure out the lightning scorpion. Chapter 5:11. The 20-plus lightning scorpions left the lightning zone together, and the only one who dared to intercept them was Baron Dubois. The rest, even the Knights of Cade, only dared to follow behind Baron Dubois and become his support. The three Transcendent didn't dare to immediately show themselves. With 20-plus rank 3 arachnids together, a single explosion would be fatal to them. Baron Dubois held a rank 4 shield in his left hand and a rank 4 heavy sword in his right hand. He put down his helmet, showing his true strength. Chop! Baron Dubois stood in front of the lightning sky scorpion and slashed down with the rank 4 heavy sword in his hand. A white sword light slashed out of the heavy sword. A sharp cry came from the group of lightning scorpions, and the 24 lightning scorpions flickered with lightning. All the lightning in the sky gathered together to form a bolt of lightning that welcomed the white sword light. Bang! A violent explosion sounded. This was the result of the collision between the white sword light and the lightning. Baron Dubois' figure was shaken by the explosion and retreated a few steps. Knight Cade behind him immediately pressed his hand on his back, sharing the remaining power of the Baron's body with himself. Baron Dubois' body flashed with white light, and his rank 4 shield flashed with white light, forming a white shield of light. This lightning scorpion king is about to reach rank 4. Baron Dubois said in a deep voice after having a guarantee of defense. He originally thought that he could deal with a group of rank 3 arachnids with his rank 4 equipment and not in the lightning zone. Who would have thought that he would have suffered a huge loss? In that instant of contact, Baron Dubois understood the strength of the lightning scorpion's king hidden among them. Let's join hands. A white light appeared on the Cade Knight's body, and he extended it towards Baron Dubois. Baron Dubois nodded, and a white light appeared on his body as well. This was a two-man battle formation formed by two powerhouses. They could join hands to defend and strengthen each other's offense. Baron Dubois didn't use a mount, which greatly reduced his strength. As a knight, a mount was an extremely important part of a knight's strength. A mount could share the life force of a knight and could also increase the speed of a knight. Baron Dubois' mount was an eagle. Flying mounts were indeed very powerful and had a degree of freedom that couldn't be compared to ground mount. However, using a flying mount on Warstar was very dangerous. This was because a knight's flying mount was a threat to the insectoid territories, so even Baron Dubois didn't dare to use a flying mount in an insectoid territory. This was because once the flying mount's aura was exposed, it would most likely attract the attention of a level 5 bug tribe. Although the level 5 insectoids had an agreement not to take the initiative to kill a knight, mounts were not included in the agreement. As long as they did not kill the knight, it would not be considered a breach of the agreement. Of course, if someone were to deliver themselves to a level 5 bug tribe, being killed by a level 5 bug tribe would be asking for it. The dignity of the strong could not be offended. This was not only true for the insectoids, but also for the great world of God. Knight Cade was riding a warhorse. His life force was greater than Baron Dubois. After forming a formation with Baron Dubois, he shared a lot of Baron Dubois' attack power. Baron Dubois waved his sword once more, and the lightning scorpions gathered another bolt of lightning. Of course, this bolt of lightning was a bit weaker than the previous one. The first bolt of lightning had consumed all the lightning that had accumulated in the sky. This bolt of lightning had just been formed, so its power was naturally a bit weaker. Therefore, Baron Dubois waved his sword once more, and the bolt of lightning was directly shattered. The sword of light then continued to fly towards the lightning scorpions ahead. The 24 lightning scorpions didn't dodge. Instead, they approached the bolt of lightning in the center, and turned into a huge lightning scorpion. The sword of light chopped at the huge lightning scorpion, but the lightning scorpion instantly turned into lightning and the sword of light didn't hit anything. Level 4 Insectoids. Baron Dubois reminded Knight Cade behind him. The 24 lightning scorpions and the lightning scorpion king merged together and forcibly raised the lightning scorpion king's strength from the peak of level 3 to level 4. If this wasn't Thunder Valley, let alone a lightning heavenly scorpion king who barely reached the 4th rank, even if the lightning heavenly scorpion king's battle power was at the 4th rank, he still wouldn't be a match for Baron Dubois. But this was Thunder Valley, and the large amount of lightning gave the lightning scorpion king an extremely favorable environment. Baron Dubois stepped forward and followed the lightning scorpion king. Behind him, the Cade Knight followed on his warhorse. Baron Dubois waved his sword once more, but the lightning scorpion king still turned into a bolt of lightning and escaped. The bolt of lightning that the lightning scorpion king had turned into was completely incorporeal. Even Baron Dubois' level 4 heavy sword couldn't attack the lightning scorpion king when it turned into an incorporeal bolt of lightning. Fortunately, this ability had a flaw. The lightning scorpion king clearly couldn't maintain this state for a long time. Otherwise, it wouldn't need to dodge at all and could just stand there. Baron Dubois and the king of lightning heavenly scorpions started a strange battle. The king of lightning heavenly scorpions would summon lightning from the sky from time to time, but it couldn't injure Baron Dubois. Baron Dubois' heavy sword also couldn't injure the king of lightning heavenly scorpions for a short time. David looked at the lightning scorpion king in the distance. His roaring sniper rifle was already prepared, but he had been waiting for an opportunity. In fact, when the 24 rank 3 lightning scorpions were fighting against Baron Dubois, he could have killed one of them. But if he had dared to snipe at that time, the consequences would have been that many lightning scorpions would have scattered and chased after him. At that time, even Baron Dubois wouldn't have been able to take care of him. He also wouldn't have been able to face the lightning scorpion king in this place. The difference in speed between him and the lightning scorpion king was too great. Now that all the lightning scorpions had merged to form this rank 4 lightning scorpion king, the lightning scorpions couldn't scatter and chase after him. Of course, his large caliber level 3 sniper rifle bullets couldn't cause much damage to the rank 4 lightning scorpion king. David's spirit completely erupted, and a large amount of data was being calculated in his mind. There was a pattern to how this lightning scorpion king of the 4th rank had transformed into lightning to dodge Baron Dubois' attack. Every time Baron Dubois attacked, the rank 4 lightning scorpion king would transform into lightning and enter the state of nothingness. His roaring sniper rifle was indeed unable to deal too much damage to the lightning heavenly scorpion king, but he didn't need to kill it. As long as he could disrupt the dodging rhythm of the lightning heavenly scorpion king, Baron Dubois would be able to successfully hit it. Baron Dubois used his rank 4 shield to block a lightning bolt. He could clearly feel the power of the lightning continuously decreasing. Although the lightning in this area was unending, it still needed time to accumulate lightning. Although the lightning sky Scorpion King would gather all the lightning within a few hundred meters into a single bolt of lightning, the continuous consumption would cause the lightning's power to decrease greatly. Just as Baron Dubois blocked the lightning bolt and was about to brandish his heavy sword, he sensed a sniper bullet flying into the battlefield. Just like before, Baron Dubois immediately understood David's plan. Baron Dubois' attack didn't slow down, and he brandished his rank 4 heavy sword according to his own rhythm. The Lightning Scorpion King also wanted to transform into lightning, but at this time, a sniper bullet flew over. The Lightning Scorpion King was originally weaker than Baron Dubois, so it could be said to be going all out in the battle against Baron Dubois. It didn't dare to be distracted in the slightest, because as long as it was distracted, the Lightning Scorpion King would be waiting for Baron Dubois to hit it. In fact, the Lightning Scorpion King wasn't fighting here without a plan. It had always been summoning the Land of Lightning. That Land of Lightning was its birthplace, and it had a special connection with it. After a while, the Lightning Scorpion King would be able to move the Land of Lightning to the battlefield. This was one of its innate abilities. It was precisely because of this plan that the Lightning Scorpion King engaged in a battle of attrition with Baron Dubois. Otherwise, it would have already fled. On one hand, David had concealed his mind and killing intent, and on the other hand, a grade 3 sniper bullet didn't pose much of a threat to the Lightning Heavenly Scorpion King. Under such circumstances, the Lightning Heavenly Scorpion King's danger perception was a bit late in detecting the sniper bullet. The super large caliber rank 3 sniper bullet hit the Lightning Scorpion King's head, but this kind of attack only made the Lightning Scorpion King's figure tremble slightly. Normally, this kind of attack wouldn't have had any effect. But David's timing was just too accurate. It was the moment Baron Dubois brandished his sword. If the Lightning Scorpion King's figure became unstable at that time, the consequences would be fatal. How powerful was Baron Dubois? How could he let go of such a good opportunity? A white light flashed on his rank 4 heavy sword, and the speed of the rank 4 heavy sword suddenly increased. This was because he had used the acceleration effect. The heavy sword of the 4th rank chopped down on the Lightning Heavenly Scorpion King's body when it slightly trembled. Many miserable cries rang out, and the Lightning Sky Scorpion King immediately turned into a group of Lightning Sky Scorpions. Among these Lightning Sky Scorpions, half of the Lightning Sky Scorpions were cut in two. The other Lightning Scorpions were mostly seriously injured, and they started to frantically flee in all directions. Baron Dubois didn't pay attention to these lightning scorpions. His gaze was fixed on the lightning bolt that was still there. Trap! The spatial ring on Baron Dubois' hand flickered, and a magic talisman appeared as he said in a deep voice. If the Lightning Scorpion King was still a rank 4 arachnid, this kind of magic talisman wouldn't have had any effect. But a peak rank 3 arachnid king was still affected. Although this effect only lasted for a short moment, it was enough for Baron Dubois to launch an attack. The rank 4 heavy sword in Baron Dubois' hand once again used the acceleration effect. The heavy sword swept towards the lightning, and a howl came from the lightning. Soon after, the lightning turned into a Lightning Scorpion King covered in lightning. More than half of the Lightning Scorpion King's body was swept by the sword. The two halves of its body kept struggling, but death was inevitable from this kind of injury. There was another wound on the Lightning Scorpion King's body. It seemed that the attack from Baron Dubois wasn't useless. Even if the Lightning Scorpion King sacrificed its own kind, it still couldn't completely avoid Baron Dubois' heavy sword. The death of the Lightning Scorpion King made the rest of the Lightning Scorpions run even faster. David naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. He fired 3 sniper bullets in a row. The Nightcade also rushed forward. The The three transcendent who were watching from the side also surrounded them. The battle quickly ended. In the end, only 6 lightning scorpions managed to escape. The rest were killed. David also quickly ran over. The souls of the other lightning scorpions were trivial, but the soul of the lightning scorpion king was very important. He might not have this kind of opportunity in the future. The shadow attendant arrived 100 meters ahead of David and absorbed all the souls of the lightning scorpions in the area. David, your sniping ability is really helpful. Baron Dubois praised David with a smile. This wasn't the first time he praised David's sniping ability, but after being helped by David's sniping ability, he couldn't help but praise him. If you weren't fighting the lightning scorpion king at the front, I wouldn't have dared to snipe, David quickly said. Just as Knight Millet also rushed over and started dissecting the corpse of the lightning scorpion, an unforeseen event occurred in the area of lightning. The amount of lightning in the area of lightning suddenly increased by 10 times. Everyone heard the sound of the earth shattering. It was the sound of the ground being shattered by the lightning. David let the shadow attendant fly into the air after absorbing the souls. He saw the lightning in the sky above the area of lightning. The lightning was incomparably active. Lightning was constantly colliding with each other. This kind of collision would produce lightning every time. The large amount of lightning made Baron Dubois frown. They had to pass through the area of lightning, but there was too much lightning at this moment. Although this kind of lightning couldn't threaten Baron Dubois, Knight Millet, David, and the 3 transcendent definitely couldn't resist. Chapter 5:12. Let's take a break first. Transcendent Barkley, you guys form a triangle and guard the 3 directions. Don't let the lightning scorpions sneak attack us. Knight Cade and I will recover, Baron Dubois said in a deep voice. Baron Dubois didn't immediately move forward. He could see that the place where the lightning fell was very abnormal. This situation wouldn't last forever. Therefore, he chose to rest. Even if this place wasn't safe, it was still a lot safer than the place where the lightning fell. Knight Millet placed 25 thunder crystals in front of Baron Dubois along with a pile of rank 3 materials. It's a pity we don't have a king's core, Knight Millet said to David. Knight Millet felt it was a pity that the king's core had a big effect on Kaji's promotion to Transcendent. Let's use this time to distribute the spoils of war. David played a big role this time. This thunder crystal of the King of Lightning Scorpions will be given to David. In addition, give David 3 rank 3 strengthened meat of the Lightning Scorpions. As for the rank 3 materials, he doesn't need to participate in the distribution, Baron Dubois said in a deep voice. The few people present didn't have any objections. Everyone could see David's performance just now. If it wasn't for David, the group of lightning scorpions wouldn't have been so easily lured out. Not to mention, David also played a key role in killing the group of lightning scorpions. Although the 3 transcendent also wanted the thunder crystal of the King of Lightning Scorpions, Baron Dubois had already said it. In addition, they also owed David a big favor. Naturally, they wouldn't fight over this kind of thing. Besides, even if they wanted to fight over it, they wouldn't be able to. This was Baron Dubois' opinion. Not to mention that there was no problem with Baron Dubois' opinion, even if he insisted on the distribution. Who could object? David put away the thunder crystal of the King of Lightning Scorpions. As for the rank 3 strengthened meat, Knight Millet helped him put it away. After resting for about half an hour, the number of lightning bolts in the area decreased. This wasn't an ordinary decrease in lightning bolts, but rather the entire area was dissipating. In a short period of time, a large amount of lightning was released, causing the lightning energy in the area to decrease greatly. This area seems to have a symbiotic relationship with the King of Lightning Scorpions. Millet, note this matter. Baron Dubois looked at the changes in the area and instructed Knight Millet. Without the obstruction of the Land of Lightning, the group no longer faced any difficulties. After half a day of hurrying, they finally passed through the Lightning Valley. Baron Dubois pointed at the mountain peak in front of them and said, "Up ahead is the territory of the halfling spiders. Cut off the heads of all life forms you encounter in this area, even if they are fellow humans. Don't show any mercy." David didn't understand Baron Dubois's words. They were already in the depths of the insectoid territory. How could a human appear in such a place? But after a few minutes, he saw a human. It was a knight wearing tattered armor. This knight didn't have a warhorse. He held a rank 3 heavy sword in one hand and a rank 3 round shield in the other. "It's a knight from the Hato family." Knight Millet saw the insignia on the rank 3 round shield, and immediately cried out in alarm. "Shut up and immediately kill him. Don't exceed 10 seconds, or else you'll alarm the half-an-hour spider," Baron Dubois shouted as he slapped Knight Millet. Knight Millet heard Baron Dubois's words and his face lit up with excitement. He was only a support staff on the way and didn't play any role. Now that Baron Dubois wanted him to fight, how could he not be happy? Knight Millet jumped off his warhorse. This warhorse wasn't his, so it wouldn't be able to cooperate with him in battle. It was better to abandon it. A rank 3 heavy sword appeared in Knight Millet's hand and he charged at the knight. When Knight Millet was 30 meters away from the other knight also discovered him and charged at him. Knight Millet was ready to charge. A rank 3 shield appeared in his left hand. His body flashed with white light as it wrapped around the rank 3 shield, increasing his momentum. Although the knight on the other side acted the same, the rank 3 shield didn't emit white light. Knight Millet collided with the knight. The knight was knocked back again and again, while Knight Millet's body only swayed slightly. Knight Millet showed a puzzled expression. From the equipment of this knight, it could be seen that he was at least of the same rank as Knight Millet, or even higher. That's why Knight Millet charged with all his strength. Baron Dubois had asked Knight Millet to finish the battle in 10 seconds, so Knight Millet had prepared several plans. He wanted to use his magic amulet or his equipment to quickly finish the battle. But he didn't calculate that the knight would be knocked back. The other party's strength was so weak that he couldn't understand it. While Knight Millet was stunned, Baron Dubois' figure flashed and appeared in front of the knight. He waved his sword and cut off the knight's head. David once again used the idea of not wasting time and walked towards the battlefield. But this time, contrary to David's expectations, the shadow attendant didn't rush forward. David had a creepy feeling because this knight didn't have a soul. The shadow attendant had never made a mistake. No matter how strong or weak a life form was, as long as it died, it would have a soul. The shadow attendant was never picky about food. The fact that the shadow attendant didn't move meant that the knight was a soulless creature. While David was thinking, a small spider crawled out of the ear of the head. Baron Dubois stepped forward and stomped the small spider into meat paste. "Millet, do you know where you went wrong?" Baron Dubois asked Knight Millet with a stern face. "I was distracted during the battle," Knight Millet said with a slightly red face. "Do you know? If I had been a step late in killing this living corpse, our actions would have been known by the half-body spider, and we would have been in a very passive position," Baron Dubois lectured. Through Baron Dubois' explanation, David and the others understood what the knight was. The half-body spider had the ability to control corpses. The half-body spider used these small spiders to control corpses, while the resurrected corpses could only use their bodies to fight. These corpses were also the half-body spider's patrol. It only took 10 seconds for the small spiders to send an alarm to the half-body spider. Knight Millet stepped forward and took the equipment from the knight's corpse and put it in his space ring. These equipment didn't need to be distributed because they were from the great world of God. Even if they were given to the Transcendent, they wouldn't be able to use them. Of course, the so-called unable to use referred to the fact that they couldn't activate the special ability of the equipment. Apart from that, it wasn't a problem to use it as a grade 3 weapon. However, Knight Millet and the others wouldn't let the great world of God's equipment fall into the hands of the Federation. The Federation had always been researching the equipment of the great world of God. Every new piece of equipment provided material for their research. Therefore, the great world of God would only provide a small number of special weapons at most. They were all weakened versions of the weapons specially made for the Federation. There is only one way to kill a living corpse, and that is to cut off its head. The small spiders control the head to control the corpse. No matter how many injuries the living corpse receives, it won't hinder its movements and fighting, Baron Du Bois said before setting off once more. At this point, Baron Du Bois didn't let David step forward. Instead, he walked at the very front. This was out of consideration for David. The half-body spider was too dangerous. If David were to face it head-on, he probably wouldn't be able to last even a second. After walking a few dozen meters forward, they encountered a gold pincers bug. Baron Du Bois didn't hesitate and went forward to cut off its head. He then killed the small spiders that came out of it. "Uncle, are there no normal insectoids here?" Knight Millet couldn't help but ask when he saw that the gold pincers bug was also a living corpse. In the territory of the half-body spider, only the half-body spider is alive. The rest are all living corpses under its control. Baron Du Bois answered all of Knight Millet's questions. This was also a kind of training method. David discovered that these living corpses were very hard to find. Of course, this was only for other people. Even Baron Du Bois found it difficult to find the living corpses further away. This was because the living corpses were like ordinary rocks. If one didn't see them with their eyes, it would be very difficult to find them through perception. However, David had the shadow attendant in the air. He had a natural advantage in finding the living corpses one step ahead. Unfortunately, the living corpses here didn't have souls, so there was no benefit in killing them. With Baron Du Bois personally making a move, all the living corpses on the way up the mountain were instantly killed. No matter how hard it was to find a living corpse, they would be killed as soon as they were found. When they were about to reach the top of the mountain, David saw the situation in front of him through the eyes of the shadow attendant. Previously, when he saw the top of the mountain through the shadow attendant, he thought that the white was the rocks at the top of the mountain. However, when he got closer, he discovered that the white was all bones. A large number of bones were piled up on the top of the mountain to form a small mountain. It was very rare for the insectoids to leave behind bones when they ate. This was because even if the powerful insectoids left behind bones when they ate, there would be other weaker insectoids that would eat them up. It had to be known that the insectoids ate everything, not to mention things like bones that contained energy. When the team got closer, David was already mentally prepared. Although the others were surprised, they were still able to control themselves. Only Knight Millet suddenly saw a mountain of bones and opened his mouth in shock. A hand pressed on Knight Millet's open mouth, suppressing the sound he was about to make. This place was close to the lair of the rank 4 insectoid half-body spider. If Knight Millet let out a cry, the half-body spider would know that they were coming. Although the half-body spider would know sooner or later, the later they arrived, the more advantage they would have. David and Millet don't need to participate in the battle. I'll coordinate with Cade. You three Transcendent are responsible for cleaning up the surrounding living corpses. Baron Du Bois looked at the lair surrounded by bones and ordered in a deep voice. The next battle was against the rank 4 insectoid. David and Knight Millet didn't have enough fighting power to participate in it. Because of the characteristics of living corpses, the effect of David's Grandmaster Heavy Axe was greatly reduced. If there was a rank 3 insectoid living corpse, David would have a hard time beheading it in one blow. If he couldn't do that, it was very likely that the living corpse would counterattack. Because Knight Millet had lost his warhorse, his fighting power was a lot worse than when he was at his peak. Moreover, it would be very difficult for Baron Du Bois to take care of him in this kind of battle. Baron Du Bois was about to wave his hand and move out, but he stopped and turned to David and said, "David, don't use your sniping skills to help us. The half-body spider isn't something you can handle." David nodded. The reason he wanted to take action before was because the Lightning Sky Scorpion King was a fake rank 4 insectoid, and it was being held back by Baron Du Bois. David was very self-aware. He wouldn't participate in a real battle between rank 4 insectoids. Even the aftermath of such a battle could seriously injure him. "You and Millet stay outside. We'll go in," Baron Du Bois ordered after finishing his instructions. Baron Du Bois took the lead. He was the only one who could fight in this kind of battle. The aura of the nest was very obscure. Baron Du Bois couldn't sense the situation inside, and the half-body spider was an insectoid that was good at hiding their aura. A magic talisman appeared in Baron Du Bois' hand. He arrived at the entrance of the nest and threw it out. The entrance was sealed by a spider web. The magic talisman turned into a fireball in the air and landed on the spider web. The fireball was no ordinary flame, but a fireball that contained a special kind of energy. It was specially developed to deal with the webs of the arachnid. The war with the insectoids had lasted for 10,000 years. This allowed both the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation to research a lot of methods to restrain the special abilities of the insectoids. The webs made by the arachnids were a huge threat to combatants. Therefore, methods to remove the webs had long been researched. This magic talisman was a product of this kind of situation. It might not be very effective against a half-body spider, but it was very easy to remove an ownerless spider web. After the spider web met the fireball, it was quickly ignited and turned to ashes, exposing the entrance of the nest. Huh! Baron Du Bois looked at the exposed entrance of the nest strangely. Such a big movement should have alarmed the half-body spider, but why didn't it react? It must be known that using a magic talisman at such a close distance from the entrance of the nest would produce energy fluctuations that would be as conspicuous as a lamp in the night for the nearby rank 4 insectoids. But at this time, Baron Du Bois couldn't hesitate. He took the lead and entered the nest. Nightcade's body flickered with white light and connected with the white light on Baron Du Bois' body. The two knights instantly formed a battle formation. Chapter 513. Just as Baron Du Bois stepped into the nest, two living armored beetles rushed out of the cave towards Baron Du Bois with astonishing momentum. They were the guards of the half-body spider's lair. Armored beetles were insectoids that relied purely on their bodies. After becoming puppets, their fighting strength wasn't greatly affected. On the contrary, their fighting strength increased due to their fearless fear of death. The two armor-piercing beetles blocked the entire passage of the nest, and Baron Du Bois didn't have any place to dodge their charge. If it was anyone else, they would have quickly retreated to avoid being hit by the charge of the armored beetles. But Baron Du Bois' figure flashed, and he went to greet the two armor-piercing beetles. After the armor-piercing beetle became a puppet, its intelligence was greatly affected. The half-body spider had limited intelligence when it controlled the armor-piercing beetle, so it mostly relied on the armor-piercing beetle's battle instincts. The armored beetle's defense was very high. Even if they were hit by a rank 3 weapon, the damage they received would be very low. But Baron Du Bois had a rank 4 heavy sword in his hand. The armored beetle's fighting instincts didn't change because of the rank 4 heavy sword, and they still charged at Baron Du Bois. This was the flaw of the armored beetle's intelligence. If the armored beetles were still alive, they wouldn't have charged head-on after seeing the light of a rank 4 weapon. Two soft sounds of wind breaking could be heard as the heads of the two armored beetles were cut off by the rank 4 heavy sword. Two small spiders drilled out of the armored beetle's ears and were killed by Baron Du Bois. Baron Du Bois made a universal gesture to the people behind him, indicating that they could follow. After passing through a 20-meter-long tunnel, they saw a huge cave. There was spider silk everywhere in the cave, and some of the spider silk had bound insectoids. These should be the food of the half-body spider. Baron Dubois swept his gaze around, but didn't find the half-body spider's figure. He had already guessed that, otherwise, there wouldn't be only 2 armored beetles in the lair. Moreover, the half-body spider had already come out to meet him when he was fighting the armored beetles. Inform David and Miller to be careful of the half-body spider. Baron Dubois ordered the others while rushing out of the cave. There were no half-body spiders here, so once the half-body spider returned, David and Knight Miller would bear the brunt of its attack. After Baron Dubois led the team into the lair, David had the shadow attendant fly in the sky and be on guard. Suddenly, he saw that on the other side of the mountain, there was a group of 15 insectoids of various types that were advancing toward him. David saw the strange spider through the shadow attendant and immediately asked Knight Miller, "Miller, do you have a method to isolate your body's aura?" Knight Miller saw David's serious face and knew something had happened, so he nodded and replied, "Yes. Use it on yourself, and put this in your mouth." David took out a respirator and threw it to Knight Miller. Knight Miller didn't speak. He immediately took out a magic amulet and activated it, then put the respirator in his mouth. A thin energy shield appeared on Knight Miller's body. This energy shield completely isolated his aura. Even though David was so close, he couldn't sense the Knight Miller's aura. Knight Miller said, "After using this magic amulet, you can't move your body. Once you move, the aura isolation effect will disappear." David nodded. He grabbed Knight Miller with one hand and used his underground sneak ability. A crack appeared on the ground, and he and Knight Miller went underground. David didn't think about other ways to get away from the group of insectoids, but his position was on the top of the mountain. As long as the insectoids came to this position, he would be discovered no matter where he ran. This nest was at the top of the mountain. The view was excellent and it could observe a very far area. This was why David could discover the group of insectoids in advance. Otherwise, the insectoids would have discovered him if he got closer. There was another reason why David made this decision. He had a high probability that the spider in the middle was a half-body spider. David hadn't seen a level 4 insectoid, half-body spider before, but he could imagine the appearance of a half-body spider from the name. David saw the strange spider through the eyes of the shadow attendant. It had a huge spider chassis, but at the head of the spider, there was a human-like upper body. If it wasn't for the slender forelimbs on the back of the upper body, and the eyes and mouth parts that were unique to the insectoids, David would have thought that the spider was a hybrid of a human and a spider. David had seen a lot of insectoids over the years, and many of them were disgusting. But after seeing the half-body spider, he still had a strong urge to vomit. Knight Miller felt his body falling to the ground, and he immediately stopped breathing. He was saved by David using this method before, so he knew that David must have encountered a very terrifying enemy. Needless to say, there was only one enemy here, and that was the level 4 insectoid half-body spider. Knight Miller thought of the Knight of the Hato family, and his heart was filled with fear. He didn't want to become a puppet like that knight, who was controlled by a small spider and turned into a living corpse. David took Knight Miller 10 meters underground and immediately went towards the direction of the nest. He knew that Baron Dubois was in the nest, and the place with Baron Dubois was the safest. Less than 10 seconds after David took Knight Miller underground, the half-body spider, under the protection of 14 puppets, arrived at the entrance of the nest. A trace of doubt appeared on the strange face of the half-body spider. It sniffed hard and immediately roared. It smelled the scent of humans in the air. Because they came to fight the half-body spider, Baron Dubois and the others didn't hide their scent, so the scent they left behind was very obvious. In addition, the half-body spider's nest was very far away, so no insectoids dared to come close. Any insectoid that approached would be torn to pieces by the puppet. Therefore, the faint scent was very obvious here, and the half-body spider easily discovered the intruders. Just as the half-body spider roared, Baron Dubois and Knight Cade rushed out of the nest with the three Transcendent behind them. According to the plan, Knight Cade and I will block the half-body spider, and you guys clean up these puppets, Baron Dubois loudly ordered. After saying that, he rushed towards the half-body spider, and a white sword light extended from his level 4 heavy sword and chopped towards the half-body spider. The two phantom millipede puppets beside the half-body spider met the sword light head-on. At the same time, the half-body spider waved its spider silk towards the two knight. Baron Dubois and Knight Cade suddenly changed direction and rushed to the side, just in time to avoid the range of the spider's silk. Even someone as strong as Baron Dubois didn't dare to come in contact with the spider's silk shot out by the half-body spider. He and Knight Cade had to lead the half-body spider to the side and let the three Transcendent fight the remaining puppet. Otherwise, with the influence of the puppets, it would be very hard for them to focus on fighting the half-body spider. The half-body spider naturally wouldn't let Baron Dubois leave. The insectoids had their own rules, and powerful insectoids couldn't be made into puppets. Although the half-body spider had the half-body spider queen behind it, this kind of rule still needed to be followed on the surface. Half-body spider really wanted to make a level 4 insectoid puppet, but even if he could only use it secretly. Now that it encountered a human like Baron Dubois, whose strength wasn't much different from a rank 4 insectoid, the half-body spider immediately treated him as the best material. If it could turn Baron Dubois into a puppet, its strength would greatly increase. In particular, a knight puppet like Baron Dubois wasn't allowed to be carried around by the insectoid race. Baron Dubois and Knight Cade led the half-body spider and some of the puppets away, while the three Transcendent blocked the 5 puppets. These 14 puppets were transformed from rank 3 insectoids. If there were 5 true rank 3 insectoids, the 3 Transcendent definitely wouldn't be able to deal with them, but 5 rank 3 insectoid puppets were much easier to deal with. The 3 Transcendent here were the peak existences of the Warstar Transcendent. The 5 rank 3 insectoid puppets lacked intelligence and couldn't use any special abilities. They could only be considered to have the body of a rank 3 insectoid, but their strength and speed were retarded. "Give me 3 seconds, I'll deal with this one," Transcendent Barkley said in a deep voice. Transcendent Brown and Fenwick Transcendent immediately blocked the other 4 rank 3 insectoid puppet. Transcendent Brown even took out a rank 3 shield, holding it in one hand and a greatsword in the other. Transcendent Brown alone blocked the attacks of 3 insectoid puppets, while Transcendent Fenwick also swung its rank 3 great axe to block another rank 3 insectoid puppet. "Barkley, don't exceed 3 seconds, or you'll have to collect my corpse," Transcendent Brown shouted. Transcendent Barkley was already charging towards a single rank 3 insectoid puppet and responded midway, "Okay." Transcendent Barkley knew how to kill a rank 3 insectoid puppet. Just as he was about to collide with the rank 3 insectoid puppet, his figure suddenly accelerated and his figure flashed, brushing past the rank 3 insectoid puppet. The moment the Barkley Transcendent brushed past him, his body soared into the air and landed on the back of the rank 3 puppet. He brandished his grade 3 heavy sword and slashed 3 times at the puppet's neck. Just like that, the puppet's head was chopped off. Transcendent Barkley didn't have the time to be complacent. Although his greatsword mastery wasn't as overpowered as David's great axe mastery, it was still at the level of a top-tier greatsword grandmaster. This kind of skill-based combat style was the best way to fight against a rank 3 insectoid puppet that had lost its intelligence. In a battle, a rank 3 insectoid puppet's combat strength wasn't much different from a normal rank 3 insectoid, but it had a huge flaw when it came to agility and skill-based combatants of the same rank. Transcendent Barkley sped up and arrived beside Transcendent Brown, helping him take on a rank 3 insectoid puppet. Just 2 seconds. Transcendent Barkley laughed loudly. I'll open up an area for you. Let's see how long you can take this time. Transcendent Brown used his shield and greatsword to attract the attention of 2 rank 3 insectoid puppets as he spoke to Transcendent Barkley. Transcendent looked relaxed, but it was actually very dangerous. The rank 3 insectoid puppet's strength wasn't weakened at all. Every attack could cause damage to Transcendent Brown's body. In just 2 seconds, Transcendent Brown's mouth was bleeding. He used a bottle of rank 3 healing medicine to suppress his injuries for a short time. Kill! Transcendent Barkley's rank 3 greatsword flashed with white light. A white rune appeared and flew into the body of the rank 3 insectoid puppet in front of him. The rank 3 insectoid puppet slowed down. This was due to the slow effect of Barkley Transcendent's rank 3 greatsword. At this crucial moment, he didn't hold back and went all out. The slow effect could only slow down the rank 3 insectoid puppet for 1 second, but in this kind of battle, 1 second was more than enough. Transcendent Barkley swung his greatsword again, 3 slashes landing on the same spot, decapitating the rank 3 insectoid puppet. Brown, still 2 seconds. Transcendent Barkley said proudly. He went up to Transcendent Brown and split the 2 rank 3 insectoid puppets, each of them blocking a rank 3 insectoid puppet. Barkley, let's see who can kill faster. Transcendent Brown finally had a chance to fight one-on-one, he said loudly. As he said this, the rank 3 greatsword in his hand flashed with white light, following which his opponent's rank 3 insectoid puppet became sluggish. This was the slow effect of his greatsword. Transcendent Brown continued to decapitate the rank 3 insectoid puppet. He didn't look at Transcendent Barkley's result. Instead, he rushed towards Transcendent Fenwick's side. Brown, you're cheating. Transcendent Barkley took 5 seconds to kill the rank 3 insectoid puppet. He also rushed over to help Transcendent Fenwick as he complained. His body was a little tired from the consecutive bursts of power, in addition to the slow effect of his greatsword being used once. Today's slow effect was used up. He obviously couldn't maintain the same speed in the third battle. Transcendent Brown used the rank 3 greatsword, this transcendent weapon's slow effect. Of course he could achieve the fastest result. Chapter 5:14. Although the 2 Transcendents said they were competing, they were actually trying to get rid of their opponents as quickly as possible. The faster they finished the battle, the less pressure Baron Du Bois would have on his side. Under the encirclement of the 3 Transcendent, the last rank 3 insectoid puppet was beheaded in a few seconds. Baron Du Bois, give us a few more. Transcendent Barkley called out to Baron Du Bois. Be careful, Baron Du Bois said with a laugh. He and Nightcade sped up. At the same time, the 2 knights slashed out with their swords, slowing down 2 rank 3 insectoid puppets. At the same time, a deceleration rune appeared on the swords of the 2 knights, slowing down the speed of the other 2. The 3 Transcendent immediately stepped forward and blocked the 4 rank 3 insectoid puppet. At this time, David and Knight Miller were 10 meters underground. Knight Miller had used a magic talisman to isolate himself, so even if he was underground, it would be hard for the half-spider to find him. Miller, you stay here. I'll go take a look. Since it was best for Knight Miller not to move at this time, David said to Knight Miller. How could Knight Miller refuse? He didn't even dare to move. Although he couldn't sense the situation outside from underground, the violent vibrations from the ground were enough to explain the situation. David went up to see if there was anything good in the nest of the rank 4 insectoid half-spider. This was a rank 4 insectoid nest, and this was enough to make him curious. At this time, the battle was taking place outside the nest, and it was still moving away from the nest. He went from underground to the surface, and after leaving the ground, he appeared in the cave of the nest. David saw that there were at least 10 rank 3 insectoid corpses wrapped in spider silk. There were also dozens of rank 2 insectoid corpses. He didn't touch them, since they could be counted as everyone's spoils of war. Baron Du Bois and the others had entered the nest before, so they would be discovered if they moved. He wanted to see if there were any special items. That was his goal. David looked around the cave. He had been watching the battle outside through the shadow attendant. It seemed like the battle wouldn't end anytime soon. He still had some time. There were quite a lot of valuable items in the cave. For example, there were quite a lot of rank 3 materials. It seemed that this half-body spider did not like to eat rank 3 materials. However, David didn't need a lot of grade 3 materials at the moment. He was more interested in satisfying his curiosity. After looking around the cave, David was very disappointed. Although this half-body spider had a lot of wealth, it wasn't enough to make his eyes light up. This was also related to David's vision. In the past, David would be pleasantly surprised when he saw a special ore, but now that he had a large variety of resources, he had long passed that period. David shook his head. There wasn't anything in the cave that caught his eye, but he wasn't too disappointed. Baron Du Bois had already checked this place. If there was something good, Baron Du Bois would have already found it. Just as he was feeling disappointed, he saw a huge rock in the corner of the cave. It was so big that he couldn't move it even with his strength. The reason why David paid attention to this rock was because the edge of the rock was very smooth. It seemed like it was constantly in contact with something, causing the edge of the rock to become like this. David released his spirit. His spirit could extend up to 100 meters. Although it would be weakened a lot when passing through the rock, it shouldn't be a problem for him to pass through this rock. He released his spirit and it passed through the rock, but it was blocked by a barrier. His spirit couldn't go any further. David wasn't alarmed. Instead, he was happy. If his spirit couldn't pass through, it meant that there was a special item on the other side of the rock. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. He didn't dare to recall the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant needed to be outside the cave at all times. Otherwise, he would be in trouble if the half-body spider accidentally entered the cave. David waited for a while, and his underground sneak ability recovered. A crack appeared on the rock in front of him, and he entered the crack. The rock was about 3 meters thick. After passing through 3 meters, David found a pile of rocks behind the rock. However, these rocks were associated with krypton, and they could block spirit and scan. To be honest, David was very disappointed when he found the associated krypton ore. Krypton ore was the most abundant resource on planet Battlestar. It didn't matter how much you dug, but the problem was that you couldn't secretly take the krypton ore away from planet Battlestar. This was the territory of the insectoids, and the krypton ore was considered a military item. No matter where you got the krypton ore, the military wouldn't allow you to take it away. You could store some space items, but there was a limit to how much space they could store. Plus, space items were expensive, so it was a huge waste to use them for this. David still went through the associated krypton ore. Although it could block spirit and scan, as long as it was a rock, it would be controlled by the underground sneak ability. After going through the associated krypton ore, David didn't see any krypton ore. Instead, he saw a green blood pool. This should be a secret chamber. Half-body spider had set up a blood pool filled with the blood of the insectoid. A few glowing stones illuminated this space of about 40 square meters. David was a little confused. Half-body spider's nest only had one life form, and the rest were all puppets. Even the nearby area was the same. Why would a half-body spider need to set up an insect blood pool in such a secret place and create such a strange room? David's heart was filled with questions. He carefully approached the blood pool. Suddenly, he stood still, and all the hair on his body stood on end. If it wasn't for the fact that his danger sense didn't alert him, he would have already turned and fled. This was because David saw a figure soaking in the green blood pool. It was a huge insectoid with a body length of 20 meters. This insectoid was completely black, and its body was streamlined. It was like a warship designed to fly in the air. A sonic iron beetle. David had seen images of this insectoid more than once. Of course, they were all in movies. The reason why this sonic iron beetle appeared in so many movies was simple. It was a level 4 insectoid, and it was also a special type of insectoid that could transport troops. The name, sonic iron beetle, originated from the fact that every time it appeared in the atmosphere, it would cause sonic booms to appear. The sonic iron beetle had the strength and body of a level 4 insectoid. Its fighting power was very normal among level 4 insectoid. The difference was that it had a special space inside its body. This space could carry a large number of life forms, and it could carry them through the atmosphere and space at high speed. In those movies, the sonic iron beetle appeared with a sonic boom, and then hundreds of different insectoids were released. A long time ago, David had been curious about how the sonic steel beetle was able to store so many insectoids in its body. Who would have thought that one would appear in front of him right now? This sonic iron beetle was soaking in the blood pool. David could feel the life force inside its body. It was still alive. When David saw the sonic iron beetle, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread toward a higher-level creature, but his intuition told him that there was no danger here. This feeling was very strange, but David trusted his senses. His eyes could deceive you, but his senses couldn't. He relied on his sense of danger to survive. Among all of David's attributes, his spirit was the strongest. This was also his advantage. His senses came from his spirit. Of course, he would believe in his strongest ability. David carefully approached the blood pool. At this moment, he was very close to the sonic iron beetle. He was so close that he could reach out and touch this level 4 insectoid. At this moment, he was sure that although the sonic iron beetle was still alive, it was only its body that was alive. David didn't know what method the half-body spider had used to keep the sonic iron beetle's body, but it had erased its soul. David was very familiar with the souls of living beings. No matter who it was, after absorbing tens of thousands of souls, it would be the same. In fact, this was prepared by the level 5 insectoid behind the half-body spider, the half-body spider queen. The half-body spider's strength was one thing, but its puppets were also an important part of its strength. The more puppets Kieran brought with him, the higher his strength would be. The sonic iron beetle was very special. It was a level 4 insectoid, and it had many special abilities. These special abilities weren't very useful in battle, but they were very useful for the half-body spider, who could make puppets. Therefore, the half-body spider queen went against the rules of the insectoids and prepared this level 4 sonic iron beetle for the half-body spider. It also used a special method to erase the soul of the sonic iron beetle, leaving behind only its body. If he wanted to keep the sonic iron beetle's special ability, he couldn't let the sonic iron beetle's body die. If he made a corpse puppet like he usually did, it would lose the sonic iron beetle's special ability. The half-body spider queen had passed down the method of making special puppets to the half-body spider, and this blood pool was the place where it was made. For the sake of this sonic iron beetle, the half-body spider queen had killed almost all of the insectoids in its territory. A large amount of level 2 and level 3 insectoids' blood was used to nourish the sonic iron beetle. Just as the sonic iron beetle puppet was about to succeed, Baron Dubois arrived with his people. If Baron Dubois had arrived a bit later, it was very likely that they wouldn't have had to face a half-body spider, but a sonic iron beetle. Even if the sonic iron beetle was weak, it was still a level 4 insectoid. Moreover, it was a level 4 insectoid that specialized in speed. In a real battle, it would be a huge threat to Baron Dubois and the others. The sonic iron beetle's fighting style was very simple and crude. It had speed and strength, and it didn't need any skills. It just kept attacking the enemy. David looked at the sonic iron beetle and didn't know what to do for a while. It would be best to kill the sonic iron beetle and take the materials from its body, but he was unwilling to do so. A level 4 insectoid without a soul was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to kill it. More importantly, David couldn't guarantee that the sonic iron beetle wouldn't instinctively attack him even if it didn't have a soul. If a human lost their soul, they wouldn't be able to move their body. However, the same thing couldn't be applied to an insectoid. Especially in such a strange situation, no one could tell what would happen. David looked at the big guy in front of him and suddenly had an idea. Since this sonic iron beetle had lost its soul, it wouldn't be able to resist soul control. He didn't know how the half-body spider was going to control the sonic iron beetle, but he had a way to do so. Ever since David's will surpassed 8, he hadn't used his will hibernate ability. Previously, his will hibernate ability could only control a level 2 insectoid. The sonic iron beetle in front of him was a level 4 insectoid. David didn't have any confidence in controlling it. However, David wanted to give it a try. If he didn't give it a try, he would definitely regret it in the future. From the walls of the Soul Fortress, he activated the bewitchment pattern that had been nurtured for a long time. This pattern had not been used since the last evolution of the Soul Fortress. It had been nurturing here all this time. The bewitching pattern flew out of David's soul and into the green blood pool. It sank into the head of the sonic iron beetle. The sonic iron beetle only had an empty soul shell. This was the work of the level 5 insectoid half-body spider queen. The half-body spider queen had also left behind a command to make the sonic iron beetle easier to control. Without this command, even if David used the bewitching pattern, he wouldn't be able to affect the empty soul shell. This was the soul shell of a level 4 insectoid. Its level was already beyond the range of the bewitching pattern's control. The bewitching pattern absorbed the energy inside the empty soul shell. The bewitching pattern grew bigger and bigger until it filled the entire empty soul shell. There had never been a bewitching pattern that could grow with the soul energy of a level 4 insectoid. The bewitching brainworm couldn't even imagine what would happen this time. David was standing next to the blood pool. He was very anxious. Just as he was walking back and forth, a soul connection appeared in his soul. Chapter 5:15. David followed the soul link and sensed a huge soul space. There was a bewitching pattern that occupied the entire soul space. This bewitching pattern was golden in color and constantly emitted light, making people feel that it was incomparably sacred. The size of the soul space of a level 4 insectoid was beyond David's imagination. Aside from the new bewitching pattern, there was nothing else. It was completely empty. The bewitching pattern was connected to the entire soul space through the light it was emitting. It made David feel like he could control the soul space as he wished. With a thought, David began to control the soul space through the bewitching pattern. As he thought about it, the green blood in the blood pool started to boil. Then, a huge figure staggered out of the blood pool. The sonic iron beetle stood in front of David. The secret room was quite big, but after the sonic iron beetle left the blood pool, it filled up the remaining space. Even though the sonic iron beetle was under David's complete control, he still felt a little scared when he saw such a powerful creature standing in front of him. David reached out his hand and gently touched the sonic iron beetle's shell. Its black shell was very hard. Since it had just left the blood pool, there was still some green blood left on it. David pulled back his hand and got rid of the green blood. He had successfully taken control of the sonic iron beetle and made it his puppet. But there was a problem. How was he going to take away such a huge sonic iron beetle? It was not an inanimate object that could be placed in a space item. Even if it could be placed in a space item, the biggest space item he had was only 5 cubic meters. It was impossible for it to contain such a huge body of the sonic iron beetle. Just as David was thinking about it, the soul of the sonic iron beetle suddenly shook. David hurriedly connected his consciousness to the soul of the sonic steel beetle. He didn't want any accidents to happen at this moment. Inside the soul of the sonic iron beetle, 2 strange patterns appeared. They were right next to the bewitching pattern, but they were pushed to the side by the bewitching pattern and stuck to the wall of the soul space. David's consciousness carefully approached the 2 strange patterns. He first used a strand of his consciousness to approach one of the strange patterns. If there was a problem, he could completely cut off this strand of consciousness. Although this would cause him to lose some of his spirit under such a strange situation, he didn't dare to take the slightest risk. The sonic iron beetle was too important. It was a level 4 insectoid. Under his control, his fighting power could reach the same level as a level 4 insectoid. Although this fighting power was not his own, as a member of the Interstellar Federation, the equipment he had to be a part of his fighting power. The level 4 insectoid puppet under his control should also be a part of his fighting power. As soon as a strand of consciousness came into contact with the strange pattern, he immediately understood what it meant. The inner space was the innate ability of the sonic steel beetle. It relied on the innate structure of the inner space and the inherited innate ability of the inner space to allow the sonic steel beetle to send living things into its stomach. This was also the most important method the sonic iron beetle used to transport insectoid. With the internal space ability, the sonic iron beetle was a terrifying weapon of war. Just think about it. When the sonic iron beetle was thrown into the battlefield, it could rely on its super-fast speed to close in on its target and release hundreds of insectoid. As long as there were a few level 4 insectoids among them, the outcome of the battle could be completely changed. David shook his head. This internal space ability might be extremely beneficial to the insectoids, but it was useless to him. If he wanted to travel through space, he would definitely choose his personal battleship over the sonic iron beetle. After all, if he were to travel in the sonic iron beetle, he could be killed by the Federation's battleships at any time. David knew that this was an innate ability pattern, so he felt a lot more at ease. He then used his consciousness to connect to another innate ability pattern. The resize ability was out of David's expectations. This was an innate ability that should not have appeared on the sonic iron beetle. The sonic iron beetle was too famous. It had appeared in a lot of Federation movies, but he had never heard of a sonic iron beetle with the innate ability to change its size. What David did not know was that the reason this sonic iron beetle's intelligence was wiped away by the level 5 insectoid half-body spider queen and passed on to its direct descendants was because of the mutated ability of the sonic iron beetle. Mutated innate abilities were very rare. In the huge insectoid race, the chances of them appearing were so low that it made one's hair stand on end. The resize ability was very useful for the puppets of the half-body spider queen. If it wasn't for the fact that the half-body spider queen no longer needed puppets to increase its strength, it would not have passed on this mutated sonic iron beetle to its descendant. If the level 5 insectoid half-body spider queen wanted to have a puppet that was useful to it, it would need a level 5 insectoid puppet. However, this was impossible. Every level 5 insectoid was terrifyingly strong, and the half-body spider queen could only be considered one of the weaker ones. It would be wishful thinking for it to have a level 5 insectoid puppet. David saw the resize ability pattern and felt a lot more at ease. Being able to shrink the sonic iron beetle wasn't too bad. This was the first time he was controlling a puppet with an innate ability, and it was a level 4 insectoid puppet. He did not know how to do it. In fact, let alone David, no one had ever used the bewitching pattern to control a level 4 insectoid with its intelligence wiped away. The method the half-body Spider Queen used was another innate ability of the half-body Spider Queen, but it had been modified by the half-body Spider Queen. Even so, the half-body Spider Queen still paid quite a price to wipe away the intelligence of the Sonic Iron Beetle. If it wasn't for the fact that the Sonic Iron Beetle was a mutated insectoid, this price would not have been worth it. Of course, this also showed how much the half-body Spider Queen doted on the half-body Spider Queen. It had prepared such a powerful backup for the half-body Spider Queen. Once the half-body spider completely mastered the Sonic Steel Beetle, he could place all the puppets inside the Sonic Steel Beetle's stomach. Then, he could shrink the Sonic Steel Beetle so that he could carry it around. When there was danger, hundreds of puppets would appear in an instant. Under these circumstances, no matter how strong the enemy was, they would not be able to deal with the half-body Spider Queen. The biggest possibility was that they would be drowned by a large number of puppets. David used the bewitching pattern to control the resizing innate ability pattern. Afterward, a trace of energy was sucked into the innate ability pattern. This energy was some kind of energy inside the Sonic Iron Beetle's body. Since David's current strength was too low, he could not understand what this energy was. He could only use the bewitching pattern to sense all the senses of the Sonic Iron Beetle. Only then did he realize that a trace of energy had entered the resizing innate ability pattern from the Sonic Iron Beetle's body. The resizing innate ability pattern emitted a beam of light due to the entry of this energy. This light spread out and wrapped around the Sonic Iron Beetle's body. Small, small, small. David controlled the Sonic Iron Beetle's body in his mind. The Sonic Iron Beetle's body became smaller and smaller in front of him. This process was too strange. This transcendent ability could not be explained by the Interstellar Federation's knowledge system. However, all of this was happening right in front of David's eyes. The 20-meter-long Sonic Iron Beetle shrunk by 1 meter each time it was in front of him. Soon, it became 2 meters long. After becoming 2 meters long, no matter how much David tried to shrink it, the Sonic Iron Beetle could not shrink any further. David knew that this was the limit of the resizing innate ability of the Sonic Iron Beetle. It made sense. Even if the Sonic Iron Beetle had the ability to mutate space, it still had to stay in the real world. The Sonic Iron Beetle was not a creature made entirely of energy like the Shadow Attendant. It could hide in another space layer at any time. The Sonic Iron Beetle was now 2 meters long, which made it look a lot smaller. But that was only relative. From David's point of view, a 2-meter-long Sonic Iron Beetle was still very big. It's almost the size of a warhorse, David mumbled as he looked at the Sonic Iron Beetle. However, when he said this, his eyes suddenly lit up. David immediately focused his attention on the ring on his finger. It was the ring that Baron Du Bois had given him to store the warhorse. Back then, he was very curious about this ring that could store living creatures. However, with the 3 transcendent present, he did not ask too much. However, David remembered that the space inside the ring was not small. It could store at least another warhorse. This was Baron Du Bois's gift. If it were any other person from the great world of God, no matter how generous they would not give away such a treasure. For Baron Du Bois, although he could not give away too many things to his nephew due to the great world of God's restrictions on the Interstellar Federation, it was not a problem at all for the sake of a shared mission. David tried to use the warhorse ring on the Sonic Iron Beetle. With a thought, the warhorse ring sent out a complicated pattern towards the Sonic Iron Beetle. At the same time, David received a request to accept the Sonic Iron Beetle into the space through the bewitching pattern in its soul. David replied to accept the request through the bewitching pattern. As soon as the request was sent out, the pattern flashed, and the 2-meter-long Sonic Iron Beetle was put into the ring. David hurriedly sent his consciousness into the ring, and he found that the warhorse and the Sonic Iron Beetle were crammed tightly into the ring. If the Sonic Iron Beetle had been a bit bigger, it probably wouldn't have been able to fit inside. He then tried to release the sonic iron beetle. There were no problems. With a thought, the sonic iron beetle appeared in front of him. David's mind returned to the soul space of the sonic iron beetle. His consciousness connected to the internal space talent pattern. As soon as he activated the internal space talent pattern, it sent out a guiding light that extended out of the sonic iron beetle's body. As long as the guiding light was connected to the target, it could be put into the internal space. Before doing the test, David would not use himself for the test. His pet Little White would not do the test either. Although the test was not dangerous, he did not want to use Little White. David thought of the warhorse. With the strength of the warhorse, even if there was a little accident, he could release it at any time. It would be impossible to kill the warhorse in a short period of time in a harsh environment. Thinking of this, he released the warhorse from the ring. The guiding light swept over the warhorse, and it disappeared in an instant. David used the bewitching pattern to sense that a space had appeared inside the sonic iron beetle. Inside that space was the warhorse that he had just released. Before he activated the internal space, this space did not appear. The warhorse did not have any abnormalities inside the internal space. Instead, it was very relaxed because the space was very spacious. David looked at the 2-meter-long sonic iron beetle in front of him and thought, "This way, I can save some space in the ring." The warhorse was inside the internal space of the sonic iron beetle, but the internal space seemed to be a space similar to a space ring. In other words, it was like the internal space of a ring that could store living things. Just as David was about to put the sonic iron beetle back into the ring, he realized that he could not. The sonic iron beetle could not be put into the ring. David immediately thought of the internal space. Perhaps it was the internal space that prevented the sonic iron beetle from being put into the ring. It was similar to how space bracers could not be put into other space bracers. Two spaces of the same level could not be overlapped. After testing this out, David controlled the sonic iron beetle to release the warhorse from the internal space. When the warhorse appeared, David realized that the space inside the sonic iron beetle had disappeared. David did not wait any longer. He put the sonic iron beetle and the warhorse into the ring. He thought about it for a moment and decided that it was not safe to wear the ring on his finger. In the future, when he returned to a peaceful area from a war zone, he would need to have his whole body scanned. He could not bring anything with him. Also, there were many devices that could scan space items. David first used the shadow attendant to observe the situation outside. When he realized that the battle was still ongoing, he recalled the shadow attendant and gave the summoning ring to the shadow attendant. The shadow attendant put the summoning ring on its finger. After that, the shadow attendant's finger wriggled and wrapped the summoning ring. From Abel's point of view, the summoning ring and the shadow attendant completely disappeared in the air. David stayed there for a long time. His body sank into the ground. Chapter 5:16. Night Millet was alone underground. He didn't dare to make any movements because if he moved, he would no longer be able to hide his presence. In fact, he was 10 meters underground. Without the help of David's underground sneak talent, he couldn't move at all. Night Millet thought, "David has been gone for a while. Did he forget about me?" Just as he was letting his imagination run wild, a hand grabbed his arm, and the surrounding soil parted naturally, forming a space around him. Night Millet immediately knew that David was back, and his heart calmed down. "Let's go up," David said to Night Millet. Then David brought Night Millet to the surface far away from the battlefield. It was very far from the battlefield, a full 3,000 meters away. At this time, the battle had already gone from the top of the mountain to the bottom. This was why David dared to bring Night Millet out of the ground. Night Millet looked at the battle 3,000 meters away, but because it was too far away, he couldn't see it clearly. With a move of his hand, a magic talisman appeared in his hand. "Use this," David said as he handed over a pair of binoculars. Even if David had a lot of wealth, he couldn't get used to Knight Millet's casual use of a magic talisman. Knight Millet took the binoculars. It wasn't the first time he used this kind of technology, so he was very familiar with it. On the battlefield, Baron Dubois and Knight Cade were still fighting with the half-body spider, but the number of puppets around it had been reduced to 3. Not far away, the 3 Transcendent were killing the last puppet. The 3 Transcendent had a lot of wounds on their bodies. David didn't spend too much time underground. During this time, the 3 Transcendent had killed 11 level 3 puppets, which had already reached their limit. Because they needed to end the battle quickly, the 3 Transcendent players often traded injuries for injuries. The continuous use of level 3 healing potions had increased their resistance to level 3 healing potions for a short period of time. The effects of level 3 healing potions had also decreased by a lot. "Even if you kill me, you won't be able to escape," Half-Spider threatened Baron Dubois through his mind. Previously, the level 4 insectoids, especially the half-body spider, which had a huge background, were extremely arrogant. Since the beginning of the battle, it did not communicate with the enemy. However, as its puppets decreased little by little, and it did not have a way to deal with the enemy in front of it, it started to worry. "Why do you think we are here to kill you?" Baron Dubois said in a deep voice as he waved his heavy sword and repelled a level 3 insectoid puppet to the side. The level 3 insectoid puppet was stopped by the 3 Transcendent. The 3 Transcendent endured the pain and continued fighting. The halfling spider was very intelligent. It immediately understood the meaning behind Baron Dubois' words. Just now, the halfling spider had wanted to leave the battlefield many times, but the 2 knights in front of it were extremely fast and their coordination was even more proficient. It did not have the slightest chance to escape. During this period of time, the 2 knights did not fight the halfling spider head-on. They only used various methods to prevent the halfling spider from escaping. After the last 2 level 3 insectoid puppets were driven away from the halfling spider by Baron Dubois and the Cade Knight, they were taken over by the 3 Transcendent players. The halfling spider, Baron Dubois, and the Cade Knight were finally going to fight. "I am the direct descendant of the halfling spider queen. Are you ready to bear the wrath of the halfling spider?" The halfling spider still asked unwillingly. 10 days ago, the halfling spider queen violated the agreement and attacked our people, Baron Dubois replied. The halfling spider was startled. It finally understood why these people were taking the risk to kill it. It must be known that the halfling spider's nest was not at the front lines. It was far away from the front lines and there were many insectoid defensive lines in front of it. It was very difficult to reach this place. This was clearly a revenge squad sent by the other side's higher-ups to punish the halfling spider queen. The price to pay for punishing the level 5 insectoid halfling spider queen was too high. Therefore, the descendant of the halfling spider queen became the target. "You want to kill me? I'm afraid it won't be that easy." The halfling spider suddenly spat out a dozen spider webs, causing the 2 knights to hastily dodge. It roared through its mind. At this time, the 3 Transcendent finally dealt with the last level 3 insectoid puppet. The 3 Transcendent players let out a long breath and rushed out of the battlefield. Baron Dubois saw that the halfling spider no longer had any puppets and relaxed. The halfling spider could share its life with the puppets, so he didn't attack it before. That kind of battle was meaningless and would only be a waste of energy. Moreover, if he didn't use his full strength, he wouldn't be able to kill the halfling spider. At most, he would only be able to injure it. Baron Dubois took out a magic talisman from his space ring and activated it. Immediately, a projection appeared in front of him. This projection was a tall and imposing man wearing a long robe. His face couldn't be seen clearly. As soon as this projection appeared, the halfling spider frantically retreated. Baron Du Bois said indifferently, "This isn't to deal with you. We won't go back on our agreement." After using it, Baron Du Bois felt more confident. He could now completely erupt with his strength. After Baron Du Bois said those words, he suddenly jumped up and an eagle appeared below him. Baron Du Bois ordered in a deep voice, "Nightcade, withdraw." Nightcade looked at the eagle below Baron Du Bois with an envious gaze and urged his warhorse to retreat to the side. Baron Du Bois' aura fused with the eagle's, and his aura suddenly strengthened. Kill. Baron Du Bois knew that he didn't have much time left, so he went all out as soon as he made his move. The eagle turned into a projection with Baron Du Bois on its back and rushed towards the halfling spider. The halfling spider released several strands of spider silk in an attempt to stop Baron Du Bois from approaching. The eagle easily dodged the strands of spider silk, but it was too fast for the spider silk to affect it. The halfling spider let out a sharp cry. At this time, the eagle's silhouette brushed past it, and Baron Du Bois's rank 4 heavy sword left a deep wound on the halfling spider's body. If the halfling spider hadn't retreated at the crucial moment, the wound would have hit its vital point. The eagle seemed to have violated the laws of physics. It flipped in the air and continued to rush towards the halfling spider. The halfling spider didn't dare to hold back this time. Several dozen strands of spider silk formed a spider web in the air, blocking Baron Du Bois' advance. The eagle stuck close to the spider web and went around it. Before the halfling spider could spit out more strands of spider silk, Baron Du Bois swept the halfling spider's mouth with his sword. The heavy sword almost cut the halfling spider's head in two, but due to the obstruction of the head and teeth, a wound was left on the halfling spider mouth. It was as if the halfling spider had made a big mouth. Due to the injury to its mouth, the halfling spider could no longer spit out strands of spider silk. It could only keep retreating. Its eyes were filled with fear. Don't look at how it was a rank 4 arachnid. Due to the protection of the rank 5 arachnid halfling spider queen, it hadn't suffered such a serious injury before. The halfling spider was scared. This kind of feeling rarely appeared in arachnids, but it was truly scared. "Don't kill me." Although its mouth was heavily injured, the halfling spider could still express its thoughts through its mind. "Die." Baron Du Bois only gave a single word in reply. "You dare." Just as the heavy sword in Baron Du Bois' hand pierced towards the halfling spider head, a tattoo on the halfling spider body suddenly shone brightly. This voice came from the tattoo. It was the voice of the rank 5 arachnid halfling spider queen. Soon after, a sonic boom was heard in the distant sky, and the space itself seemed to tremble. Then a ray of light flew over. Even though David was several kilometers away, he could still feel the aura of death contained within it. David believed that if that ray of light flew over, it would definitely take away the lives of everyone here. The halfling spider revealed a happy expression. It knew that the rank 5 arachnid halfling spider queen had made its move. The knight chasing it was bound to die, and it felt like it had been saved. However, just as the halfling spider's happiness rose, it froze. Baron Du Bois didn't stop, nor did he care about the ray of light flying over. The rank 4 heavy sword in Baron Du Bois' hand pierced the head of the halfling spider, messing up its brain. Just as the ray of light approached the battlefield from afar, the shadow from before threw out a punch. David couldn't describe the power of that punch. Following that punch, the air in front of the shadow turned scarlet, and the ground seemed to be scorched by high temperature, forming a strange magma. That ray of light was blocked by the scarlet air, and a thunderous sound came from the air, making everyone feel dizzy. The shadow laughed and said, "Spider Queen, there's no need to fear spatial backlash. Let's fight with all our strength here." His voice reverberated through the entire space, full of heroic spirit. That ray of light also revealed its true body. It was also a shadow, but it was the shadow of the halfling spider queen. When the halfling spider queen saw the dead halfling spider, it let out a furious howl, but it didn't immediately make a move. Instead, it communicated with the shadow. Baron Du Bois waved at Knight Miller, David, and the others in the distance and said, "All of you, come over here." David already wanted to go over. When he heard Baron Du Bois' words, he immediately rushed over with Knight Miller. When they got close to the corpse of the halfling spider, the shadow attendant pounced over and absorbed its soul. When the halfling spider queen saw David, it immediately let out a cry. Its cry was even more furious than the death of the halfling spider. If it wasn't for the shadow, the halfling spider queen would have made a move without hesitation and killed David. "I'll take you away." The shadow didn't pay any more attention to the halfling spider queen. After the previous conversation, the halfling spider queen naturally knew the consequences. If it forcefully made a move, it might attract the attention of the strongest in the great world of God. At the same time, there would be dissatisfaction within the insectoid. In the agreement, there were consequences for the halfling spider queen making a move. The death of the halfling spider was an obvious revenge. If the halfling spider queen stopped it before it took revenge, it wouldn't have a problem, but the result was already like this. If it made a move now, it would be violating the agreement. The agreement was made to protect this space, and no one wanted to break it. The shadow turned into a large hand and grabbed all 7 of them before flying towards the sky. The large hand was extremely fast, and the air didn't seem to have any resistance against it. David also understood why the halfling spider queen's shadow had arrived so quickly. "Kid, what did you do to make the spider queen even angrier than killing its offspring?" the flying shadow asked curiously. "Your Majesty, he is David. He cut off one of the spider queen's fingers." Baron Du Bois glanced at David and answered for him. He originally wanted to keep David's identity a secret, but since His Majesty had asked this question, Baron Du Bois didn't dare to lie and could only answer truthfully. "Haha, what a good kid. No wonder the Spider Queen had such an expression." The shadow let out a carefree laugh. David did his best to show a respectful expression. Facing this kind of powerhouse, he felt all the muscles in his body uncontrollably tense. He believed that if he wasn't being supported by the large hand, he wouldn't even be able to control his body. It was different from when he fought against the halfling spider queen through the wormhole. This time, he was facing the shadow directly. The terrifying aura made it very difficult for him to maintain his current state. "I forgot. You're still Kaji." The shadow also noticed David's state and restrained its aura. David felt his body lighten as he regained control of his body. The shadow didn't say anything after that. Baron Du Bois also didn't dare to take the initiative to speak, let alone the others. The large hand blocked the situation outside, and the 7 of them were held in the palm of the hand. He didn't know where the others were, but David was able to see the situation outside through the shadow attendant. If the Krypton engine on the Warstar could be operated at full power, then it would be as fast as a battleship at full speed. Of course, due to the air resistance, if a battleship used this speed, it would cause damage to the body, so it couldn't be maintained for long. However, the large hand formed by the shadow was different. David looked at the distance they had covered in a few days, while the large hand carried them in an extremely short amount of time. After flying for less than half an hour, David saw a familiar defensive line. "You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories."